Welcome to the International Flanders Athletics meeting. Sorry, we did have no comment on the first two heats, but from heat 3 in the pre-program will be online. In the first two heats, we already saw some magnificent times. As you can see, we are running in the other direction, so the wind can be favorable for all the athletes. So in heat 3, we have a very international field in this pre-program with De Wams, Bijlemans, Kolfer, Wappels, Kadiamba, Narau, Vandenberg, and Ryan. And a fairly even getaway, and it's lane 3. The Irish Leila Kolfer, but then Madeleine Wappels are taking the win in a officious 11:92. 11:93 officially. $12.0 for Kolfer, 12:03 for Kadiamba, 12:11 for Vandenberg. Heat 4 is about to take off. Heat 4 with Jenna Blundell, Eva Mollema, Lauren Petrucci, Noemi Denon, Luma Barmada, Fatima Moussa, Katie Burgin, and Lieselot van Laren. An unofficial 12:04. 12:04 voor Jenna Blundell, 12:11 voor Lieselot van Laren. Ook een persoonlijk record voor haar. Noemi Denon, 12:13. 12:18. $12.16 for Lauren Petrucci Konings, $12.31 for Eva Mollema, $12.41 for Katie Burgin, $12.45 for Luma Barmada, and $12.60 for Fatima Amoussa. Heat 5 with Katie Doherty, Erin Seheny, Kira Jansen, Lotte Dufour, Marie Vermeulen, Hannah Falvey, Cressida Amanyampong, and Janet T. Declaire. And it's our first fall start of the day. And it's a pretty tight program. We have a lot of heats to cover in this 35 minutes before we start with the men. So we hope we don't see too many false starts. Heat 5 underway. And it's Lotte Dufour in lane 4, taking the win in a 12:19 unofficially. That would be a personal best if it gets confirmed, and it's a 12:19 for Lotte Dufour. New personal best. A 12:34 for Marie Vermeulen. 12:48 Cressida Amnyanpong. And Katie Doherty, 12:39. Janet T. Declaire, 12:49. Hannah Felvey, 12:58. Erin Seheny, 12:63. And Kira Jansen, 12:78. There's a favorable wind of 1 meter per second. So it's lovely to have the opportunity in this track to run on the far end of the track. The athletes for Heat 6 are still from a very international field. Belgian girl Aurore Duchesne in lane 1, Rihanna McCarthy of Ireland in lane 2, Valeria Montaigne from the Netherlands in lane 3, Rebecca Roots from Great Britain in lane 4, Sophie Parler from Ireland, lane 5, Orla Comerford, Ireland, lane 6, Michelle Duggan from Ireland in lane 7, and in lane 8, the Great Britain, Lucretia Morris. Quick start from lane 6. And it is the girl from the Netherlands, Valeria Montaigne, taking the win from 12:30 unofficially, which would mean a new PB for Valeria Montaigne. 12:48 for Rihanna McCarthy. 12:55 for Sophie Parler. Also 12:55 for Michelle Duggan.
Voor week 7, daar zien we helemaal in voor alle aardes. Lane 2 voor aardes.
We have seen some really big PBs of some of the girls, and that makes us wish for the best for the main program later today. We will see 3 heats of a main program, 100-meter girls and women. This track is known for their very fast times. In heat 7, we have in lane 1 Sarah Willard, lane 2 Debbie Lowell, lane 3 Sophie Gartland, lane 4 Evie de Baats, lane 5 Laura Ann Costello, lane 6 Elena O'Sullivan, lane 7 Nona Heijvaart, and lane 8 Marie Lejeune. 7th heat of this 100 women pre-program. And a good start in the outline lane, but it's lane 2. Debbie Lowell, who's off for the fastest. Lane 3, Sophie Gartland. Then it's one of the outside lanes taking the win in 12:44. Would be a PB for the girl who took the win here. Elena O'Sullivan, 12:44, new PB. Sophie Gartland in second place with a 12:46. Debbie Lowell, 12:51. Nona Heijvaart with 12:75. Evie de Baats, 12:78. Sarah Willard, 12:63. 83. The athletes in lane 8, Ines Carol Zeppa from the United Kingdom in lane 1, Alana McGuinness in lane 2, Lotte van der Vreken lane 3, Sophie Mulcahy in lane 4, Ornelia Niani in lane 5, Emma Minjo lane 6, and Bente van Ingelgen lane 7. It is lane 2, Alana McGuinness. It's Sophie It's Ornelia Niani. And officially 12:73 for Ornelia Niani. Second place for Sophie Mulcahy, 1284. Emma Minjo, 1290. Alana McGuinness, 1295. Lotte van der Vreken, 1304. Bente van Ingelgem, 1305. Ines Zeppa, 1310. The ninth heat of this 100-meter pre-program in lane 1, Alicia Codrington, lane 2, Emma Muishand, lane 3, Lore van den Brems, lane 4, Anke Siriarkops, lane 5, Emma Hill, lane 6, Catharina Loor, and lane 7, Ellie Smith. Heat 9. And it's Anke Siriarkops coming through next to Emma Hill. And it's a very close race that Emma Hill will be taking the win in 12:73. Unofficially, let's wait for the confirmation of her time. That will be a big personal best for Emma. 12:73 officially for Emma Hill, 12:75 for Anke Siriarkops. Another PB today. 13:09 for Lore van den Bremt. 13:12 Emma Muishand. 13:21 for Catharina Loor. Ellie Smith, 13:33. 13:61 Elisa Codrington. The athletes in Heat 10 of this pre-program. In lane 1, Ruud Hiel. Lane 2, Annewil van Werkhoven. Lane 3, Eva Sustik. Lane 4, Elsa Paradowski. Lane 5, Zina Loverie. Lane 6, Isabel Doyle. And lane 7, Anna Roman Cole. Heat 10 off to a good start with the girl from Lebbeke. And she takes a big win in this 10th heat with a 12:90 unofficially. 12:91 officially for Zina Lovry. A big personal best for her. Isabel Doyle, 13:44 in second place. Elsa Paradowski, 13:47. Anna Ramon Cole, 13:52. Eva Sustek, 13:56. Ruud Hiel, 13:72. And Anne-Wil van Werkhoven, 13:79. A favorable 1.2 meter per second wind in these heats. And later today, we have the main program as well for the 100 meters. They will start at 5 this afternoon. We have some very high quality athletes visiting the track in Oordegem this afternoon with Nketia Sedo with a personal best of 11:15. Ayla Del Ponte will make her return after her injury with an 11:26 PB, running for the first time. We also have European high-level athletes like Lieke Klaver, Rani Rosius, Nadine Visser, Jamil Samuel. So Zoe Sedney, Naomi Sedney. We have more than 10 girls with a PB of 11:40 who will run the main program at 5 o'clock. So be sure to tune in and watch them perform their 100 meter. Some of these women will be looking to run the international standard for the World Championships in Budapest, but we also have some under 23 athletes looking for the standard to run the European Championships under 23. We also would like to apologize that the official times are not on the live results. We were having a software problem. Atletiek.nu is having a software problem, which is why the results are not automatically saved into the program. We do have the times and they will be coming up later when the live results have fixed their software problem.
And they will probably get access to the main program one basis. There is at least one lane available in the main program, so we kindly request Molly or Really from Ireland and Leonie and Shinida from the United Kingdom to contact the organizers in order to be able to run 100 meter in the main program. Ook bij de heren zullen de twee tijdslaatsten uit het voorprogramma toegang krijgen tot het hoofdprogramma.
In 5 minutes, we will start the pre-program of the 100 meter men. We have a very high level field with over 6 heats who have a PB below 11 seconds in this pre-program, and that's not even including the 3 heats we will find in the main program. In this pre-program, we have a lot of athletes looking for the European standard for the under 23 championships later this season in Espoo in Finland. We also have some under 18 athletes looking to qualify for the Youth Olympic Festival and some European under 20 championships in Jerusalem. Those athletes will be trying to look for their national and international standards to be able to participate in their European championships. The weather today is perfect weather for track and fields. We will be expecting to hit 22 degrees Celsius. It's quite chilly still this morning at 10 a.m., 14 degrees, little breeze. But when these athletes can run in the sun and a little favorable breeze, it's a perfect weather for personal bests. Coming up is the first heat of the pre-program 100-meter men. We will have 13 heats, and in this first heat, we'll have Leo Morgan in lane 1 from Ireland, Kimjika Onmuere from Ireland in lane 2, Darian Moore in lane 3, from Great Britain, Thomas Maurice from France in lane 4, Grady Bakole from France in lane 5, Scott Gibson from Ireland in lane 6, Daniel Brooks in lane 7 from Great Britain, and Putan Tran from Canada in lane 8. All these men have a personal best below 10:65. It will be a very close heat based on their personal best, so let's see who is in the best shape this season. As I mentioned before, the software is having a little issue. The software of Atletiek.nu, where you can see the live results, is not saving the result of the heat after it's finished, but we do have the times and we try to tell them as fast as possible so you can have some information. We hope that the software problem will be solved quickly so you can find the times of your heat later on. In this heat, Robert McDonald from Ireland is chasing the A standard of the European Under-23 Championships in Ireland, which is a 10:35. The B standard is a 10:50. Same goes for Colin Doyle in this heat, chasing that standard to be sent out to European Championships Under-23. For Jason Kalala, later on in these heats, he's chasing the standard from Great Britain. The European Under-23 standard there is 10:30. And we're getting ready for the first heat of the 100-meter men pre-program. Let's hope for a good start. It's a very fast start in lane 2 from Onmuwere. But it's lane 5. Gradi Bakole. Let's wait for those official times. 10:71 for Gradi Bakole from France. In second place, 10:76 Thomas Maurice. 10:89 for Darian Moore. 10:92 on Wumere. 10:94 for Leo Morgan. 11:01 for Daniel Brooks. 11:17 for Puta Tantran. And 11:08 for Scott. This is the first time we see a not so favorable wind with a minus 1.1 meter per second for this first heat of the men. In the second heat, we'll see in lane 1, Jan Polman. In lane 2, Conor Murray from Ireland. In lane 3, Rodrigo Willybroer from the Netherlands. In lane 4, Runo Ayavoro from Ireland. In lane 5, Stuart Greenhall. In lane 6, Cedric van der Graaf. In lane 7, Jamie Sasai. And in lane 8, Alagi Sonko. All with PBs between 10:65 and 10:72. So again, a very strong heat. Times from the first heat again. 10:71 for Gradi Bakole, 10:76 for Thomas Maurice, 10:89 for Darian Moore, 10:92 on Wumere, 10:94 Leo Morgan, 11:01 Daniel Brooks, 11:08 for Scott Gibson, and 11:16 for Pu Tan Tran with a minus 0.1 wind. Here we can see the lineup of Heat 2 with 4 athletes from the Netherlands, 2 Irish runners, 1 from Great Britain, and a very international Heat from Gambia in lane 8, Alagi Sonko. Heat 2 of the 100-meter men pre-program. And it's heat lane 2. Conor Murray. And also the outside lane, Jamie Sasai. And it's Maury Connor in 10:67 who takes the win. 10:71 for Cedric van der Graaf, which is a season's best for him, as we can see. Jamie Sasai, 10:73. Rodrigo Broer, 10:79. These men are all running a little bit above their PB today. Bruno Ayavoro from Ireland, 10:79. Stuart Greenhall, 10:81. Jan Polman, 10:89. That's season's best for him. And Alagi Sonko, 11:33 from the Gambia. 0.3 wind for the second heat. In heat 3, we will find Killian Curran from Ireland in lane 1. Lachlan Harris from Ireland in lane 2, Timber Huismans in lane 3, Wolf Bailey in lane 4, Dieter Bergs lane 5, Nicolas Alexandre Batrin lane 6, Max O'Reilly lane 7 from Ireland, and Umar Bamba in lane 8. Heat 3 of the 100 meter men Paris program with Curran, Harris, Huismans, Balian, Bergs, Batrin, O'Reilly, and Bamba. Timber Huismans and Wolf Balian in second place. Timber Huismans taking the win in 10:81. Wolf Balian in second place 10:90. Dieter Bergs 10:95. Nicolas Batrin 10:99. Killian Curran 11:07. Umar Bamba 11:13. Max O'Reilly 11:14. And Lachlan Harris 11:33 with a favorable 0.3 meter per second wind. In Heat 4, we find the Irish runner Jesse Osis in lane 1, Great Britain Leon Sale in lane 2, Danish Stefan Udergaard Knudsen in lane 4, Younes Nizar from France in lane 4, Keith Pike from Ireland in lane 5, Shurema Bito in lane 6 from the Netherlands, Gabriel Kehinde from Ireland in lane 7, and Levi Hazes from the Netherlands in lane 8. Heat 4 of the pre-program, 100 meter men. And it's a false start. Oh, but they keep running. It's Nicolas Batra. Sorry, it was from Heat 4, Jesse Osas. And it's Gabriel Kehinde from Ireland, 1081, taking the win. Jesse Osas, 1095. Younes Nizar, 1096. Keith Pike, 1105. Levi Hazes, 1106. Shirai Mabito, 1107. The athletes from Heat 5 in lane 1, Elgmar Laker. In lane 2, Victor Hofmans. In lane 3, Luke O'Carroll. Lane 4, Jair van Harmelen. Lane 5, Suresh Black. Lane 6, Marius Bal. Lane 7, Benjamin Toe. And lane 8, Dries Vergalen. Two athletes from the Netherlands, two Belgian athletes, one from Ireland, one from France, one from Great Britain, and one from Bermuda. All men with a personal best below 11 seconds. So we're hoping to see another time below the 11 seconds here. Let's see if any of these men can run a personal best or a season's best today.
Nou, die camera nog aan de knap krijgt, dan is het deze niet van. Maar daar heb ik dan niet in bakken in de startvak. En dan pak ik het mezelf. Ik heb niet camera dat eraan af.
Heat 5 of this pre-program 100 meter men International Flanders Athletics meeting. And we're off to a good start. It's the Dutch athlete taking the unofficial win in 1079. It's the Bermudan athlete Suresh Black, 1080, new personal best. Benjamin So, 1085. Marius Bal, 1094. Jair van Hamelen, 1096. 1106 for Victor Hofmans. 1117 for Dries Vergalen. 1131 for Elgmar Laker. Season best for the Belgian athletes with a exact wind of 2.0 meter per second. So times are official and the wind is returning in the favor of the athletes. Athletes in Heat 6, in lane 1, Bjersen de Herder, in lane 2, Andrew Egan, in lane 3, Arthur Gerardin, in lane 4, Thomas van Ingelgem, in lane 5, Simon Mazure, lane 6, Marco Medan, lane 7, Padraig Hesed, and lane 8, Matteo Gabon. Just after 5, we also have 3 heats of the main program, 100 meter men, where we can see some athletes chasing their World Championship standards with athletes like Tamir Burnett from the Netherlands, Elvis Afrifra, Ryan Zizé from France, Kobe Vlemings from Belgium, Joris van Gol from the Netherlands, and much more athletes with a PB below 1040. So it will be very interesting to see what these athletes can produce in the main program. Some of the athletes of the pre-program can qualify their spot in the main program as well. So we will see the best 20 athletes in the main program. Additionally, have some athletes from the pre-program joining them. Heat 6 of the pre-program. De Herder, Igen, Girardin, Van Ingelgem, Masure, Medan, Hesset, and Gabon. Heat 6 of pre-program International Flanders Athletics meeting. No Andrew Egan in the starting blocks. Empty lane 2. And it's Arthur Girardin taking the lead. And in the outside lane, Patrick Hesset from Ireland. Let's wait for the official times. 10:77 for Gabon. 10:79 Arthur Girardin. 10:99 for Thomas van Ingelgem. Biersen de Herder. 11:02. 11:12 for Simon Mazure. 11:13 for Patrick Hesset. 11:13 also for Marco Medan. And as we said, empty starting block for Andrew Egan. We will see a heat 7 in a minute. In lane 2, we will find Jérôme Laporal from France. In lane 3, Glory Wenegim from Ireland. In lane 4, Basit Oyebanji from Ireland. In lane 5, Simon Essuman from Ireland. In lane 6, from Great Britain, Saul Stewart. In lane 7, Stephen McKay. And in lane 8, Tibet Temmerman. I'm pleased to tell you that the live results are fixed again, so you can find your time online in atletiek.nu. Heat 7, lane 2 Laporal, 3 Wenegime, 4 Oyebanji, 5 Essuman, 6 Stewart, 7 McKay, and 8 Temmerman. And it's a false start. We'll have to wait and see what the official decides to do with this false start. And it is lane 4, Basit Oyebanji, who gets the false start. A second start for this 7th heat with Lapperal in lane 2, Winnegime in lane 3, Essuman lane 5, Stewart lane 6, McKay lane 7, and Temmerman lane 8. And now they're off to a good start. It's lane 2, Lapperal from France, leading the pack. Outside in lane 7, Stephen McKay. But now it's Sol Stewart taking the win, I think 10:63, very fast. Would be a big personal best for whoever takes this win. 10:89, Sol Stewart. Stephen McKay, 10:90, Thibaut Temmerman, personal best 10:99. Simon Essuman from Ireland, 11:16. Jérôme Lapperal from France, 11:17. Glory Winnegime, 11:18. And Basit Oyabanji with a disqualification from his false start. Unfortunately, this results will not be official as they had a 2.5 meter per second tailwind. In Heat 8, we'll fight Nyamakazi from Ireland in lane 2, Wimlo from Belgium in lane 3, Coudron from Belgium in lane 4, Blake from the Netherlands in lane 5, Murphy from Ireland in lane 6, Luciano from Ireland in lane 7, and Maurice from France in lane 8. All athletes with a personal best just above 11 seconds. So let's see if any of these athletes can break through that 11-second barrier. Heat 7 of the pre-program was the first heat who had a favorable tailwind that was too big to officially and have their personal best or season's bests. Let's see if Heat 8 gets a legal tailwind with Nyamakazi, Wimlo, Coudron, Blake, Murphy, Luciano, and Morris. Heat 8 is off to a good start. Inside lead, it Rex Nyamakazi. But now Keenan Blake and Dara Murphy in a 11:04 unofficially. 11:03 for Keenan Blake from the Netherlands. Meindert Coudron 11:12, Charles Maurice 11:22, Hadrien Wimlo 11:23, Dara Murphy 11:25, Rex Nyamakazi 11:32, and Lemar Luciano 11:50. A 0.8 meter per second tailwind. Heat 9 of this pre-program, of the 13 heats in total of this pre-program, 100-meter men. In lane 2, Bram van der Jacht from the Netherlands. In lane 3, Anthony Dillon from Ireland. In lane 4, Emmanuel Osas from Ireland. In lane 5, Robbe Carchon from Belgium. In lane 6, from France, Bastien Varé. In lane 8, Hugo Gauthier from Canada. And in lane 8, Donald Merton from Ireland. Heat 9 pre-program. Van der Jacht, Dylan, Osas, Carchon, Varé, Gauthier en Martin.
Ook een operatie.
Very tight start for everyone. And it's Anthony Dillon. And then outside, Hugo Gauthier or Donald Martin with a 1090, which would be a personal best as none of these athletes have run below 11. And it's Donald Martin from Ireland with 1090, Anthony Dillon 1105, Hugo Gauthier 1112, Van der Jacht 1117, Robbe Carchon 1136, Emmanuel Osas 1141, and Bastien Varé 1152. Four more heats in this pre-program. Heat 10 with Godwin Matthias from Ireland, Billy Ryan from Ireland, Quentin Hofken from France, Jonas Verschuren from Belgium, Senna de Vos from Belgium, Jonathan Klaas from Belgium, and Dries van Langenhove also from Belgium. Lineup from Heat 10. Godwin Matthias, Billy Ryan, Quentin Hofke, Jonas Verschuren, Senne de Vos, Jonathan Klaas en Dries van Langenhove. Pre-program 100-meter men, Heat 10. A little bit of a nervous start, but we're off. And it's Billy Ryan, Jonas Verschuren and Jonathan Klaas. But in the end, I think it's Quentin Hofken taking the win. And Senne de Vos from Belgium with an 11:32 win. Hofken 11:33, Verschuren 11:34, Klaas 11:35, Billy Ryan 11:38, Dries van Langenhove 11:43, and Godwin Matthias 11:61. 1.7 meter per second tailwind.
Met een tijd van 11:34.
Heat 11 of the pre-program, Lucas Knut in lane 2, Brian Mburu in lane 3, Giovanni Sana in lane 4, Aiden Loan in lane 5, Baptiste Sauvage in lane 6, Guillaume Dominier lane 7, and Kieran Elliott in lane 8. Heat 11 of the pre-program 100-meter men. With Knut, Mburu, Sana, Lone, Sauvage, Domine, and Elliot. And no one in lane 5. Lone is not participating in this heat. And it's Giovanni Sana, but it's the outside Kieran Elliott taking the win for Irons 11:39 unofficially. 11:39 for Kieran Elliott, 11:50 for Guillaume Dominier, 11:53 for Giovanni Sana, 11:60 for Lucas Knut, 11:60 as well for Baptiste Sauvage, 12:77 for Brian Mburu. 0.2 tailwind, so it looks like the condition will be close to perfect for a good 400 meters, not too much wind. In heat 12, we find Mick Engels in lane 2, Loes Martin Ander in lane 3, Elias Lutz in lane 4, Alex Lee lane 5, Pascal Pisercia lane 6, Louis Lejeune lane 7, and Rick Harmsen lane 8. And they're off. And it's Louis Lejeune. But now on the inside, Elias Lutz. And then 11:59 unofficially. 11:58 voor Elias Luit. 11:58 voor Louis Lejeune. 11:74 voor Pascal Pisercia. 11:76 voor Rick Harmsen. 11:87 Alex Lee. 11:90 voor Mick Engels. A personal best for Elias Luit. The 0.6 tailwind as we head into the final heat of the pre-program, heat 13 for the 100-meter men, with Noah V in lane 2, Elias van Blijenberg lane 3, Jules Paris lane 4, Charlie Basso in lane 5, Lars Govaert in lane 6, Samora Strijders lane 7 en Milan de Hertog in lane 8. As I mentioned before, later on today in the main program, around 5 o'clock, we will find 3 heats of the 100-meter women and 100-meter men with some very high-level athletes joining us today for the main program. We have Israel Olatunde from Ireland with a PB of 10:17 running in the main program. Taimir Burnett, Elvisa Frifra, Ryan Zeze, Sam Gordon, Kobe Vlemings, and Rafael Bojou, all with a PB below 10:30. So be on the lookout for those heats in the main program, as well as for the women, where we have Ketia Sedo, Rani Rosius, Nadine Visser, Ayla Del Ponte, Jamil Samuel, Zoe Sedney, Naomi Sedney, Lieke Klaver, and many more joining us for the main program at 5 o'clock. So be sure to tune in then. We're waiting for the final heat of the 100-meter men pre-program. In 10 minutes, we will start with the 400 meters pre-program for the women. But this 13th heat here in Oordegem in the International Flanders Athletics meeting. Heat 13 off to a good start in the inside lane. Mick Engels from the Netherlands running away from the rest of the field. A very tight field behind him, but it's very clear. Excuse me, that was Noah V on the inside. 10:92 unofficially. Very strong for the French athlete.
Ladies and gentlemen.
We will have 12 heats of 400-meter women pre-program. We have some strong competitors, so looking for international standards. So like in the first heat, we will find Ashley Nemetz and Isabel Skelton from the United Kingdom. From Great Britain, looking for the European under 20 standard to run the European Championships in Jerusalem, which is a 54:20 for them, both having a personal best and season best who's close around that. In the second heat, we'll be looking out for a Belgian girl, Liefde Schoemaker. She is looking for the European standard for the championships in Espoo in Finland, which is a 52:88, which is a little bit below her personal best, but might be in her reach to get that standards. Also in Heat 3, we have the Belgian girl Anne-Sophie Bremans, who is still under 18 athlete. It was very close to the European standard for the Youth Olympic Festival. So she'll be looking to qualify for that championships. In the first heat, we'll find Dominique Venninga from the Netherlands in lane 2. She also participated in the IFAM indoor athletics meeting earlier this season in Ghent. In lane 3, Louise Evans, who was in the winning under 20 team by the 4x400 meters in 2019 with Great Britain. In lane 4, Vanessa Anite from Germany. In lane 5, Eliani Kazi-Reyes from Cuba. In lane 6, Ashley Nemetz from the United Kingdom, looking for that under 20 standard, under 23 standard. And Isabel Skelton from the United Kingdom as well, looking for the junior standard to go to Jerusalem. And in lane 8, Mariam Daly from Ireland. All these women have a personal best around or just below the 54 seconds. And as I said, the British athletes in lane 6 and 7 are looking for the European standards to run at the European Junior Championships. And we're getting ready for the first of 12 heats in this pre-program of the 400-meter women. We look at the lineup again in lane 8. Mariam Daly from Ireland was the Irish under-23 indoor champion. In lane 7, Isabel Skelton looking for the under-20 standards. In lane 6, Ashley Nemetz also looking for that under-20 standard from the United Kingdom. In lane 5, Eliani Kazi-Reyes from Cuba. In lane 4, Vanessa Anite from Germany. In lane 3, Louise Evans from the United Kingdom. And in lane 2, Dominique Winninga from the Netherlands. Heat 1, 400-meter women pre-program. Off to a good start. And it looks like lane 3, Louise Evans is off to the quickest start, but also Ashley Nemetz in lane 6 is off to a good start. Ashley and Louise off to the quickest start. A 26-27 through the 200 meter, and we're at the last 150. Inside lane, Dominique Winninga coming through from the Netherlands, and it's 4 girls in one line as they hit that final straight. Ashley Nemetz still in the lead, 50 meters to go, and Louise Evans and Vanessa Aniteye pushing through to take the win in a 53.89. Interesting to see if the British girls will get their European under-20 standard in this heat. 53.95 for Vanessa Aniteye and 54.03 for Ashley Nemetz. 54.12, which is a European standard for Louise. 54.03 for Ashley Nemetz. So she gets that European standard. Louise Evans, 54.12. Dominique Winninga, 55.05. 55, Miriam Daly. Eliani, 55.65. And a 56.88 for Isabel Skelton. In Heat 2 of the pre-program, we find Ella Blakey from the United Kingdom in lane 2, Anna Hense from Germany in lane 3, Lief de Schoenmaker from Excelsior in lane 4, Ella Reisenen from Finland in lane 5, Britt de Blauw from Netherlands in lane 6, Lauren Kedden from Ireland in lane 7, and Leah Bergen from Ireland in lane 8. As I mentioned before, Lief de Schoenmaker chasing that under 23 standards of 52.88 to participate in the Finnish Espoo in the European Under 23 Championships. The German athlete in lane 3, Anna Hense, is a junior athlete. She needs a 54.50 standard to go to the European Championships in Jerusalem. Has a personal best of 53.64. She was also one of the athletes in the 4x4 relay team of the European Winning Championships under 20 team for Germany. Ella Räsänen from Finland is 2 times Finnish champion of the 400 meters, also has a Finnish win of the 100 meter. Britt de Blauw also runs the 200 meter, got a 2nd place on the National Championships 200 under 20 last season. She's chasing the junior standard for the Netherlands, which is a 54.52. So a lot of athletes are very close to their national standard for making these championships. No Anna Hense in lane 3. And it is Ella from Finland who's in the leads, but also Lauren Kedden up to a good start. It looks like Ella Räsänen is in the lead. And a very fast pace for the first 200. Let's see if she can bring that home. Also inside lanes coming through. And it is Ella Räsänen from Finland who's pushing through. In lane 5, Britte Blauw and Lauren Kedden, but it's 53.85 unofficially from Ella Räsänen. $53.85 for Ella. Britt de Blauw in second place with a 54.53, a personal best for her, just above that European standard she needs from the Netherlands. Lauren Kedden, 54.61. Leah Burgeon, 55.41. Ella Blakey, 55.49. And Lief de Schoenmaker, 56.43. Just 1/100 of a second above that standard for the Dutch athlete Britt de Blauw. In heat 3, we find in lane 2 Lea Thierry Demark from Excelsior. In lane 3, Emma Alderson from the United Kingdom. In lane 4, Chloe van der Meulen from Racing Gens. In lane 5, Anne-Sophie Bremans from Herentals. In lane 6, Annalena Schuller from Germany. In lane 7, Sean Cronin from Ireland. And in 8, Emma Guillon from France. Pay special attention to the girl in lane 5. She's an under-18 athlete looking to qualify for the European Youth Olympic Festival in Maribor, Slovenia. She needs a time of 55.37 to qualify and has a personal best of 55.49. Anne-Sophie Bremans from Herentals. Also, 100 and 200 meter runner Chloe van der Meulen from Racing Gens in this heat, joined by 2 French athletes, British, German, and Irish athletes in the third heat of the 400 meter women pre-program. Off to a good start. And sprinter Chloe van der Meulen is off to the best start. Already caught up with Anne-Sophie Bremans, but also Emma Alderson from Great Britain in lane 3. Pacing very fast in this first 150 meters. Already next to Chloe van der Meulen and Lea Thierry Demark from France in lane 2. Also pushing through on that inside lane in lane 2. Last 150 meters for these ladies. Lea has a personal best of 55.02. We see that she has a big lead in front of Emma Alderson and Chloe van der Meulen, who is pushing to that second place. And a 53.51 unofficially, so that's a big personal best for Lea. Who is being hugged by a fellow teammate. 53.57, big personal best for Lea Thierry Demark. 54.89, 98 for Emma. For Chloe van der Meulen, 54.97, which is a personal best for her as well. 55.16 for Emma Alderson. 55.59 for Anne-Sophie Bremans. So no European Youth Olympic Festival standard for her yet. 55.60 voor Emma Guillon, 56.08 voor Cham Cronin en 56.99 voor Annalena Schüller. Heat 4 of this pre-program, 400 meters. In lane 2, we have Michelle Janjak from Germany. In lane 3, Esther Adikpe from United Kingdom. Jenna de Smet from Kagens in lane 4. Arlene Crossan from Ireland in lane 5. Shinnet Tracy from Ireland in lane 6. Julika Badji from Excelsior in lane 7. And Nicole Walsh from Ireland in lane 8. For the fourth heat of this pre-program, 400 meters. Heat 4 of the pre-program 400-meter women with Janjak, Adikpe, De Smet, Crossan, Tracy, Badji, and Walsh. All these women have a personal best just below 56 seconds or just above it. So we're looking for times around the 55.50. Let's see if any of these girls can hit a personal best today in these very lovely conditions. Warm weather, not too much wind, and a very competitive field. Shinnet Tracy in lane 6. And Esther Adikpe from United Kingdom taking the lead, with Michelle Janjak from Germany following very closely. Inside lanes pushing through right now. Michelle Janjak from Germany with Esther Adikpe alongside her. Shinnet Tracy in lane 6. She's keeping pace with that. But it is the German athlete who will be taking the win today. Has a personal best of 55.80. She has a 55.40. Unofficially looking for her new PB here. Michelle Janjak with a 55.41, 55.82 for Esther Adikpe, 56.75 for Shinnet Tracy, Jalika Badji 56.83, Jenna de Smet 56.93, Nicole Walsh 57 flat, and Arlene Crossan 57.14. Heat 5 of the pre-program. In lane 2, Clara Bauchy from France. In lane 3, Marie Vickers from Dering Club Leuven. In lane 4, Emma Bros from Riva. In lane 5, Laure Bilot from Oudenaarde. In lane 6, Lauren McCord from Ireland. In lane 7, Holly Kilroe from Ireland. And in lane 8, Laurence Niena from France. Fastest personal best for these women is in lane 4 for Emma Brose with a 56.23. Marie Vickers has a 56.25 and Laura Bilot a 56.36 So let's see if any of these girls can drop below the 56 seconds here today. Boshi, Vickers, Broze, Bilo, McCord, Kilroe, and Nina in Heat 5 of the 400 meter pre-program. Heat 5. And we're off to a good start. In lane 6, Lauren McCord. And also Emma Broze is already passing Laura Below from Oudenaarde. Those outside lanes look like they have the quickest starts. Lauren McCord catching up to her Irish competitor, Holly Kilroe. And it is Lauren McCord who's leading this race. But now Holly Kilroe, under 18 athlete from Ireland, who's already qualified for European Olympic Festival in Maribor, wins this race in a 56.53. Has a personal best of 56.55 and a 56.52, so it's a small personal best. Laura Below in second place with a 56.76. Lawrence Niena, 56.85. Lauren McCord, 57.08. Emma Broze, 57.39. Clara Boshi, 57.60. And Marie Vickers did not finish this race. Meanwhile, we are looking into the competitors of Heat 6. Nadine Reetz from Germany in lane 2. Karen Ruckert from Germany in lane 3. Isaura Rossard from Waasland in lane 4. Lisa Minochet from France in lane 5. Hanna Verreke from Excelsior in lane 6. Laura Nally from Ireland in lane 7. And Monika Eglinskas from Lithuania in lane 8. Heat 6 with Reetz, Ruckert, Rossard, Minochet, Verreke, Nelly en Eglinskas. No Lisa Minochet in this heat. Lane 5 stays empty. Fastest personal best in this heat is from Karen Ruckert from Germany in lane 3 with a 56.59, and Isaura Rossard with a 56.78. And Karen Ruckert in lane 3. It's very fast in this first 150 meters. Already passed Isaura Rossard. Outside lanes, it looks like Hanna Verreke and Laura Nelly are off to a quick start as well. But it's Karen Ruckert from Germany that's leading this pack with 150 meters to go. But also inside lane, Nadine Reetz from Germany is catching up. Pushing through now. Karen Ruckert still in the lead. Has a personal best of 56.59. And she will be taking the win of this heat. Can she get to a 56.43 unofficially, which would be a personal best for her?
Officieuze 56-43 voor de winnares.
Later today, just before 7, we have 2 heats of a main program 400 meter for the women with Laura en Lisanne de Witte, Andrea Bauma, Laura Muller,
Van de jury voor alle atleten om
Margot van Puivelde, Hanna Breer. So a lot of athletes with a PB below the 53 seconds. This heat was won by Karen Ruckert in a 56.45, Nadine Reets in second place in a 57.73, Hanna Verreke 57.80, Laura Nelly 57.91, Monika Eglinskas 57.97, Isaura Rossard 58.26. So a personal best for Karen Ruckert.
de woning is
Halfway through this pre-programmed 400 meter women heat 7, we find Jitse Steemans in lane 2 from Lira, lane 3 Manon de Marais from Roeselare, lane 4 Annette Quaid from Ireland, in lane 5 René Crotty from Ireland, in lane 6 Daphne Diomande from France, in lane 7 Amy Doherty from Ireland, and in lane 8 Noemi Stachowiak from France. Heat 7 of the 400 meter pre-program. Lane 5, René Crotty stays empty. So we'll start this heat with Jitse Steemans, Manon de Marais, Annette Quaid, Daphne Diomande, Amy Doherty, and Noemi Stachowiak. Fastest in this heat is Manon de Marais with a PB of 57.18, and Annette Quaid has a PB of 57.22. So I'll be looking to get times below the 57. And then the outside, Noemi Stachowiak from France as a fast 8. Inside, we have Jitse Steeman and Manon de Marais chasing Annette Quaid, but it looks like the outside lane in lane 8, Noemi Stachowiak from France is leading the race. And now Manon and Jitse are closing in on the leading girl in lane 8, Noemi. She has a personal best of 57.48. It looks like Manon de Marais from Roeselare is pushing through to get this win. And she has an unofficial 57.42, close to her personal best. Has a personal best of 57.18, so 57.43 officially for her now. 57.78 for Noemi Stachowiak. Jitse Steemans with a 57.88. Amy Doherty, 58.48. Annette Quaid, 58.85. Daphne Diomande, 59.50. Competitors of Heat 8 in this 400 meter pre-program. In lane 1, we have Anna Mortin from Brababallon in lane 2, Clara de Vara from Kagent. In lane 3, Loike Vierendeels from Lebbeke. In lane 4, Camille Folio from France. In lane 5, Viola Ratchen from Germany. In lane 6, Rolin Changa Diomi from Excelsior. Lane 7, Amélie Sonville from Kagent. And in lane 8, Laura Blanc from France. Five Belgian athletes joined by two athletes from France and one German girl. Youngest athletes in this heat is Anna Mortin in the inside lane in lane 1. She has the fastest personal best of this heat with a 57.68. Heat 8 met Mortan, De Vare, Vierendeels, Folio, Ratjen, Diomi, Sonville en Blanc. Fast start, and it looks like the pace is very even between the girls. Outside lane, Laura Blanc off to a good start, but also Viola Ratchen and Rolin Diomi. Looks like the German girl might be leading this race, but it's very close. On the inside, Anna Mortin catching up with the athletes in lane 2, Clara de Vare. Final 100 meter as they come into the home stretch. Viola Ratchen in the lead. And inside, Anna Mortin and Laura Blanc in lane 8. Battling for this win. It's the German athlete, Viola Ratchen, with a 57.64. Made 57.66 for Viola Ratchen. Laura Blanc, 58.20. A personal best for Clara de Vare with a 58.31. Rolin Diomi, 58.91. Loike Vierendeels, 59.03. Also a personal best for her. Oh, and that has just been corrected with Anna Mortin, 58.31. So unfortunately, no personal best for her as she has already run sub 58 seconds. Clara de Vare has a 59.30 and Camille Folio a 59.50. Amélie Sonville, 60-second 31 hundredths. In Heat 9 of this 400-meter women pre-program, we find Fien de Dekker from Lokeren in lane 1, Charline Lefevre from Serre in lane 2, Alicia Colla from Loise in lane 3, Iris Bollengier from Vierzele Sportief in lane 4, Ina Duparc from France in lane 5, Femke van Hees from Nieuwe Spijk, and in lane 7 from Cyprus, Andrea Ioana Georgiou, and in lane 8 from Eno Alea Godot. Fastest athlete in this heat is Charline Lefevre in lane 2, has a personal best of 58.67, with Alicia Colla having a personal best from 58.68. So we're looking to some close racing again. Off to a good start here. Looks like Iris Bollinger in lane 4 is off to the quickest start. Also inside, Fien de Dekker. And now Ines Duparc and Femke van Hees also pushing through. Inside, Fien de Dekker and Charlene Lefevre closing into that middle group. And Femke van Hees, Charlene Lefevre and Fien de Dekker, 5 girls coming into that home stretch in a similar pace. It looks like Charlene Lefevre is in the lead. Iris Bollinger and Ines Duparc, Femke van Hees battling for that win in a 58-28 unofficially. (58-32) personal best for Charlene Lefevre and a 58-47 for Iris Bollinger, also a personal best. 58-67 voor Femke van Hees. Fien de Dekker, 59-12, also a personal best. Ines Duparc, 59-38. Alicia Cola, 61-19. Andrea Giorgio, 61-31. And Alea Godot, 62-30. 4 personal bests here for Charlene Lefevre, Iris Bollinger, Femke van Hees en Fien de Dekker. Three more heats in this pre-program 400-meter women. In heat 10, we have Nina Goujon from France in lane 1, Elise de Bruin from Lokeren in lane 2, Lisa Geudens from Westhoek in lane 3, Emma Duchemont from France in lane 4, Clarence Eyou Badiata from Asielo in lane 5, Anaëlle Rousseau, also from Royal Asielo in lane 6, Charlotte van Breukelen from the Netherlands in lane 7, and Pauline Engelbrecht from Houtland in lane 8. Fastest athletes, Elise de Bruin, Lisa Geudens and Emma Duchemont, all having a personal best of 59.92 and 59.93. So looking for a time sub 60 seconds here in this heat. Heat 10 of the pre-program 400-meter women, Goujon, De Bruin, Geudens, Duchemont, Eyou Badiata, Rousseau, Van Breukelen en Engelbrecht. Equal pace as we get off in that first 100 meter. It looks like Anaëlle Rousseau off to the quickest start, but also Lisa Geudens trying to catch up with Emma Duchemont. On the outside, Anaëlle Rousseau is taking the lead of this heat. Inside are Nina Goujon and Elise de Bruin trying to push to lane 3 and 4. But it's still Anaëlle Rousseau in the lead as we head into the home stretch. 100 meters to go. Pauline Engelbrecht from Houtland in lane 8 is leading this race, but now on the inside, Nina Goujon is pushing. And Elise de Bruin will be taking this win in a 59.14 big personal best for Elise de Bruin. An under 16 athlete, so big time for Elise de Bruin. 59.15 for Elise. Nina Goujon, 59.40 personal best. Pauline Engelbrecht, 59.60. Personal best for her as well. Annelle Rousseau, 60.02. Lisa Geudens, 60.22. Emma Duchemont, 60.82. And Clarence Eo Badiata, 61.85. Second to last heat. Heat 11 in lane 1. Margot Laloyer from France. In lane 2, Clélia Sénéchal from France. In lane 3, Elise Merlevede from Roeselare. In lane 4, Yael Chauvel from Israel. In lane 5, Efi Giata from Greece. In lane 6, Louise Parot from Osga. In lane 7, Katharina Lohr from Germany. And in lane 8, Pauline van der Velde from Racing Gent. Heat 11 of the 400-meter women pre-program. And looks like Efi Giata from Greece. She's off to the best start. Already looking to catch up Katharina Lohr and Pauline van der Velde on the outside lanes. And on the inside, it's Clélia Sénéchal in lane 2 and Elise Merlevede from Roeselare in lane 3. That is coming up strongly as we head to that home stretch, to that final 100 meter. Still the athlete from Greece, Efi Giata, in the lead. She has a personal best of 60.78. Can she break to the 60-second barrier? Elise Merlevede and outside Pauline van der Velde from Racing Gent. Yes, and it's the Belgian athlete Elise Merlevede from Roeselare who takes this win in an unofficial 60.50, which would be a personal best for her. 60.51 officially for Merlevede. Efi Giata has a 60.56, also a personal best for her. Pauline van der Velde, 60.93. Yael Chauvel, 61.60. Clélia Sénéchal, 61.61. Louise Parot, 62.13. Margot Laloyer, 62.18. And Katharina Lohr from Germany, 62.51. And then we're looking into the final heat of this pre-programmed 400 meter. In the final heat, 8 more athletes. Ali Smith from Great Britain in lane 1. Lonneke Callens from Molenland in lane 2. Claire Lavie from France in lane 3. Lucie Salomé from France in lane 4. Sara Perea Osuna from Spain in lane 5. Isalie Van Daal from AV Toekomst in lane 6. Lies Puntelier from Lebeke in lane 7. And Mariam Amelal from Brabant in lane 8. Final heat of this 400-meter women pre-program, 12th heat with Smit, Collins, Lavey, Salome, Osuna, Van Daal, Quintelier en Amelal. And we're off in this final heat. Outside, Mariam Amelal with a fast start, but also Sara Perea Osuna, Spanish athletes, in lane 5 with a quick start. On the inside, Lonneke Collins already closing in on Claire Lavie in lane 3. And it looks like Lucy Salome. It looks like Sarah Osuna, but inside Lonneke Collins. Under 16 athlete has a personal best from 61.12, a big win, and a 59.25, which would mean a 2-second personal best almost for the young athlete from Molenland. Had a personal best of 61.12, so goes to a 59.25. 59.25 for Lonneke Collins. Isalie van Daal with a 61.26. Sarah Osuna, 61.65. Lucy Salome, 62.25. Mariam Amelal, 62.49. Lies Quintelier, 62.59. And Claire Lavey, 62.69. And then we had our final heat of the pre-programmed 400-meter women. So at 6:55 this afternoon p.m., we have the main program of the 400-meter women with Charlene Maudsley, Fanny Peltier, Lina Manning, Lisanne de Witte, Royce Harrison, Laura Muller, Andrea Bauma, Sharon Bundy Davies, Caris McCauley, Natasha Harrison, Skadi Shear, Lauren Saï, Laura de Witte, Caroline Valic, Marco van Puivelde, Hanna Brier, and Rebecca Babylon. So a very high level field. Be sure to tune in around 6:55 for the main program of the 400-meter women. And we're going straight into the pre-program of the 400-meter men. In heat 1 of the 400-meter pre-program men, we find in lane 1 Benoit Mudio-Priso from France, into Assam Tibaji from Excelsior. In lane 3, Cameron Chalmers from United Kingdom. In lane 4, Thibaut de Smet from Racing Gent. In lane 5, Dan Putman from the United Kingdom. In lane 6, Maarten Heilen from Lira Lierse. And in lane 7, Pim van Bakel from the Netherlands. Athlete in lane 4, Thibaut de Smet, is an 800-meter runner, has ran a very fast European lead this winter in 800-meter, looking to fine-tune his speed here, has a personal best of 47.65. Pim van Bakel in the lane 7 from the Netherlands has a personal best of 46.78. He is looking to a European under 23 standards for the Netherlands of a 46 flat to be sent out to Espoo in Finland. So I'll be sure to be on the lookout for his attempt to run that European standards. Also looking for a European standard in the inside lane is Benoit Moudio-Prizeau from France. He's looking to a European under 23 standard of 46.15. So be on the lookout for those inside and outside lanes trying to qualify for European under 23 championships in Espoo. Heat 1 of the 400-meter men pre-program with Prizo, Baji, Chalmers, De Smet, Putnam, Heilen en Van Bakel. All have started well. No false start in this first heat. And looks like Dan Putnam from the United Kingdom has off to the fastest start. Also Cameron Chalmers looking to close in on Thibaut de Smet. But he's pacing right in between these British athletes. On the outside, also Pim van Bakel off to a quick start. And now Thibaut de Smet is closing in to Dan Putnam. And you can see his 800-meter pace is coming through at the end of this 400. Has very good aerobic capacities. But Dan Putnam in staying close, fighting for the win, and it will be the great British athlete with a 46.20 unofficially, which would be a personal best for him. But a big personal best also for Thibaut de Smet, as he was really close to that and had a PB of 47.29 before this race. 46.20 for Dan Putnam. Thibaut de Smet, 46.33, big personal best, and maybe looking for a position with the Tornadoes there. Cameron Chalmers, 47.35. Assam Tibaji, 47.58. Martin Heilen, 47.73. Pim van Bakel, 47.85. And Benoit Moudio-Prizeau, 47.92. Big personal best here for Thibaut de Smet from Racing Against, a 46.33. Very fast for this 800-meter runner. In Heat 2, we have on lane 2, Ryan Plantier. In lane 3, Cathal Crosby from Ireland. In lane 4, Callum Baird from the Ireland. In lane 5, Charlie Carvel from United Kingdom. In lane 6, Jonas Breitkop from Germany. In lane 7, Jean-Paul Bredow from Germany. And in lane 8, Lucas Krupp from Germany. Fastest athlete in this heat is the man in lane 5, Charlie Carvel. with a 46.94 personal best. But very close to him is Callum Baird with 46.95 and Jonas Breitkop 46.97 and Jean-Paul Bredeau 46.98. So very close heat again in this second heat of the 400 meter men pre-program in the International Flanders Athletics meeting. Second heat of the 400 meter pre-program. Even start in this field. Looks like Callum Baird. But also Jean-Paul Bredeau in lane 7. Charlie Carville is setting the pace now. Looks like he's trying to take that lead from Jean-Paul Bredeau. He's still a junior. Needs a 47 flat for European standards to go to Jerusalem for the European Under-20 Championships. Close finish with a 46.47. Big race for these guys. 46.47. Looks very pleased with his result here. Let's see who took that win in this very close finish. It's a 46.48 for Jean-Paul Bredeau, the German. 46.48 as well for Charlie Carville, and he's very happy with that. Callum Baird, 47.12. 47.35 for Ryan Plantier. Jonas Breitkop, 47.40. Lucas Krappe, 47.42. And Kettle Crosby, 47.45. In heat 3 of this pre-program, we have in lane 2, Siaka Injai from France. In lane 3, Ian Kenny from Ireland. In lane 4, Brian Gregan from Ireland. In lane 5, Perez Inigo from Honduras. In lane 6, Kilian Meersman from Oudenaarde. In lane 7, Hakan Dalbal from the United Kingdom. And in lane 8, Alphonse Robin from France. No Ian Kenny from Ireland in lane 3. So the French athlete in lane 2 will have to run a bit blindly as there is no one in front of him. Fastest man in this heat is the French athlete in the inside lane with a PB of 47.27. He's already looking to close in on the rest of the group.
België is ook goed weg.
Fairly even start. Looks like Brian Cregan is trying to catch up the Honduran national champion. And Kilian Meersman in lane 6, passing Haken Delbel from the United Kingdom. It seems like Alphonse Robin, Kilian Meersman are coming into that home stretch. And outside, Alphonse Robin will be taking the win, has a personal best of 47.53 and an unofficial 46.92, which would mean a personal best for him as well. Alphonse Robin, 46.94. Personal best for Kilian Meerseman, 47.18. Brian Gregan, 47.49. Tiaka Inzai, 47.89. Hakendelbal, 48.35. And Perez Inigio, 49.62. Big personal best there for the Belgian athletes, Kilian Meerseman. Athletes of the fourth heat of the pre-program. In lane 2, Cameron Bailey from the United Kingdom. In lane 3, Sebastian Lins from Excelsior. Lane 4, Lewis Thorne from the United Kingdom. In lane 5, Mrarvich Baumfiel from St. Lucia. Lane 6, Florian Kroll from Germany. Lane 7, Isaac Osei Tutu from the United Kingdom. And in lane 8, Benjamin Stendal from Finland. Heat 4 of the 400-meter men pre-program with Bailey, Lins, Thorne, Pamphil, Kroll, Osei Tutu, and Stendal. And it's Isaac Osei Tutu in lane 7, who was off to the quickest start. And Marvich Pamphil in lane 5. Off to a quick start, but Lewis Thorne trying to not lose touch with the rest of the field. Florian Kroll from Germany comes into the home stretch in first place. And inside, Cameron Bailey from the United Kingdom. It's the German athlete Florian Kroll taking the win with an unofficial 47.51. He needed a 47.35 to qualify for European Under-20 Championship, so just short of that. Florian Kroll took the win, 47.55. Cameron Bailey, 46.48. 48.04 4.
First lady Gloria Church.
48.04 for Cameron Bailey. 48.61 for Osei Tutu.
From UK with 84.61.
The St. Lucian 48.86. Louis Thorne 48.92. Benjamin Stendhal 48.93. And Sebastian Lins with 49.40. In Heat 5 of the pre-program, in Lane 2, we have Paul White from Ireland. In Lane 3, Adam Scott from the Netherlands. Lane 4, Keenan Blake from the Netherlands. In Lane 5, David Bosch from Ireland. In Lane 6, David Ryan from Ireland. In Lane 7, Wilton Mirog from France. And in Lane 8, Gauthier Loons from France as well. David Bosch from Ireland is a junior athlete, and they have an A and B standard for European qualifiers in Ireland. So for the A standard, he needs to run a 47.10. For the B standard, he needs a 48 flat. Has a personal best of 47.95, so looking to get that B and A standards. Heat 5 of the 400-meter pre-program with White, Scott, Blake, Bosch, Ryan, Mirog, and Loons. Off to a good start. On the inside, Paul White and Keenan Blake from the Netherlands. Off to the fastest start. Already caught up with David Bosch from Ireland. Keenan Blake, the Dutch athlete, has a personal best of 47.80, but we have a dropout. Won't be finishing the race. Looks like David Ryan and Wilton Mirog on the outside will come into the home stretch in first place. David Ryan trying to get that win, but also David Bosch from Ireland will be taking that win. Has a personal best of 47.95. And we have an unofficial 48.02 in this heat. David Bosch took the win in this heat in a 48.03. David Ryan, 48.13. Wilton Mirog from France, 48.30. Gauthier Loons, 48.68. Aaron Scott from the Netherlands, 49.33. And Paul White, 49.45. And as we saw, Keenan Blake not finishing the race, pulling out of the race after 200 meters. Let's hope he's not injured. As we look into Heat 6 of the pre-program 400-meter men. Heat 6 of 16 pre-program heats. In lane 2, Aaron Keane from Ireland. In lane 3, Kevin Damstra from the Netherlands. In lane 4, Enzo Favero from France. In lane 5, Matthijs Latin from White Star. In lane 6, David Mannion from Ireland. In lane 7, Dries Peters from Contig Aartselaar. In lane 8, Michael Keating from White Star. Fastest man in this heat is Enzo Favero with a personal best of 48:24. Heat 6 from the pre-program. Kevin Damstra, Enzo Favero, Matthijs Latin, David Menjen, Dries Peters en Michael Keating. No Aaron Keen in the heat in lane 2.
Goede start in baan 8 van de Duitse units.
Looks like Kevin Enzo Favero is in the lead, but also David Menjen and Michael Keating come into that home stretch almost in one line. Enzo Favero, the French athlete, trying to take this win, but we have on the outside Michael Keating closing in with an unofficial 48:02, which would be a personal best for the winner of this heat. Enzo Favero had a
0-2.
personal best of 48:24, or at least enlisted into this competition with a 48:24. Enzo Favero 48:02, Michael Keating 48:21 personal best, David Menjen 48:43. Enzo Favero 48:02, Michael Keating 48:21, 48:43 for David Menjen, 48:83 for Dries Peters, 48:98 for Matthijs Latin, and 49:04 for Kevin Damstra. In Heat 7 of this free program, we have in lane 2 Joep Welsh from the Netherlands, in lane 3 Mathis Vaitulokina from France, in lane 4 Felix Levasseur from France, in lane 5 Joe Doody from Ireland, in lane 6 Christian Samuel Nash from the United Kingdom, in lane 7 Jamie Mitchell from Ireland, and in lane 8 Younes Al Makrini from Germany. Fastest athlete in this heat is Felix Levasseur with a personal best of 48:34. Heat 7 of the 400-meter men pre-program. with Welsh, Vaitilukina, Levasseur, Doody, Samuel Nash, Mitchell, and El Macrini. And it's Christian Samuel Nash with the fastest start. Already next to Jamie Mitchell and Yunus El Macrini. But now also Felix Levasseur and Joe Doody are closing in. And Matis Vaitulukina is pushing through in that final curve, heading into the home stretch. In first place, Matis Vaitulukina, personal best of 48.38. Can he go sub 48 here in Oordegem on the International Flanders Athletics meeting? Takes the win in a 48.44 unofficially. Very close to his personal best, which was a 48.38, so just above that for Matis. 48.45 officially. Takes the win in the 7th heat. Felix Levasseur, 48.67. Joep Welsh, 48.80. Joe Doody, 48.88. Christian Samuel Nash, 49.51. Yunus El Macrini, 49.77. And Jamie Mitchell, 50.14. Heat 8 of the pre-program. In lane 2, Ardit Vidishiki from Germany. In lane 3, Jack Hawking from United Kingdom. In lane 4, Adrien Pienjon from Brabamano. In lane 5, Vivienne Latouche from France. In lane 6, Ivan Adrienko from Israel. In lane 7, Georgios Shorota from Cyprus. And in lane 8, Rodrigue Masianga from France. Heat 8 of this 400-meter pre-program for the men: Vidishiki, Hawking, Pienjon, Latouche, Adrienko, Shorata, and Masianga. Fastest athlete in this heat is on the inside. Ardit Vidishiki from Germany has a personal best of 48.59. Heat 8 started, and it's lane 6, Ivan Adrienko from Israel, but also Jack Hawking from the United Kingdom in lane 3, off to a fast pace in this 8th heat of the pre-program. Jack Hawking on the inside there, looking to catch up with Ivan Adrienko and Georgios Shorata from Cyprus. It's the British athlete with a personal best of 48.73. And it's a 48.37, so that might be a personal best for Jack Hawking, winning this 8 series. 48.37. Ardit Vadishiki with a 48.82. Georgios Shorata with a 49.02. Ivan Adrienko 49.18. And a personal best for Adrien Pienjon with a 49. And season's best with a 32. Rodrigue Masianga 49.38. And Vivienne Latouche with a 50.67. Was heat 8 of this pre-program, halfway through the 16 heats of 400-meter men. In heat 9 of the pre-program, in lane 2, Neil Carney. In lane 3, Clement Germain. In lane 4, Florian Joanneau. In lane 5, Theo Farge. In lane 6, Steven Mannion. In lane 7, Clément Hendrik. And in lane 8, Fernandes Gorka. Later today at 7:10 p.m., we have the 400-meter main program with 3 heats. Athletes of a very high level. We have almost a full field with a personal best below 46.70 with Belgian athletes Robin van der Bemde and Jonathan Secor, but also Dutch athletes Ramsey Angela, Terence Agar, and many others performing here in the International Flanders Athletics meeting. Heat 9 with Carney, Germain, Joanneau, Farge, Mannion, Hendrik, and no Fernandes Gorka. Only 5 athletes at the start. And the inside. In lane 3, we have Clément Germain leading this race. Already caught up with the athletes in lane 4. But also Theo Farge trying to close in, but it's Clément Germain from France. Has a personal best of 49.13 and finishes in an unofficial 48.51. A big race for him. $48.51 for Clément Germain. Florian Joanneau, 48.98. Steven Mannion, 49.05. Theo Farge, 49.27. Clément Hendricks, 49.51. In Heat 10, we have James Holden from Ireland in lane 2, Thibaut Malmgren from Loise in lane 3, Alejandro Garcia from Spain in lane 4, Hugo Magui from Ireland in lane 5, Anthony Rasmain from the Netherlands in lane 6, Derek Masterson from Ireland in lane 7, and Marvin Vespucci from France in lane 8. Fastest man in this heat is the Belgian athlete Thibaut Malmgren with a 49.25 personal best. So look out for the Belgian athlete in lane 3 in this heat 10 of the pre-program 400 meter. 7 more heats to go. Heat 10 pre-program with Holden, Malmgren, El Coro Garcia, McGee, Rasmeyen, Masterson, and Vespucci. Heat 10, and it's the Belgian athlete Thibaut Malmgren, already caught up with Alejandro Garcia, but also Hugo McGee from Ireland, leading that outside pack. It's Thibaut Malmgren and Hugo McGee who will be entering the home stretch, the final straight. Hugo McGee in the lead, has a personal best of 49.49, pushing to win this heat in a 48.41. This would be a personal best for him. Registers for this race with a 49.49 and finished in a 48.40 in this 10th heat of the pre-program.
First place, McGee, 48.
Derek Masterson with a 49.12. Thibaut Malmgren with a 49.13, season's best for him. Anthony Rasmeyen from the Netherlands, 49.42. James Holden, 49.97. Mervyn Vespucci, 50.62. And Alejandro Garcia with a 50.80. That was the 10th heat of the pre-program. Heat 11 has Louis Smeets from Berthem in lane 2, Gaëtan Giroux from Braine-Waterloo in lane 3, Martin Courtois from Brabant in lane 4, Marc Jakubowski from France in lane 5, Robin Fichera from France in lane 6, lane 7, Joseph Lane from the United Kingdom, and in lane 8, Ian Kelly from Ireland. Heat 11 with Smeets, Giroux, Courtois, Jakubowski, Fichera, Lane, and Kelly. 6 more heats in this 400-meter pre-program for the men. Fastest in this heat is Martin Courtois with a personal best of 49.57. He is in lane 4, but not off to the quickest start. It's Marc Jakubowski, and on the outside, Joseph Lane and Ian Kelly, who started quickly. On the inside, Louis Smeets trying to catch up with Gaëtan Giroux and Martin Courtois. But Joseph Lane from the United Kingdom in lane 7. And Martin Courtois will be the first one heading into the final straight. 80 meters to go. Gaëtan Giroux, Marc Jakubowski is now pushing through to take the win. Has a personal best of 49.69. And it's a 49.30 for him. Happy with that. $49.30 is corrected to a 49.33 officially for Jakubowski. Louis Smeets with a 49.65, big personal best. Gaëtan Giroux, 49.71. Robin Fichera, 49.81. Joseph Lane, 49.92. Martin Courtois, 50.08. And Ian Kelly, 50.33. Heat 12 of the pre-program. We have in lane 1 Louis Selles from France. In lane 2 Kenny Felder Biala from Excelsior. Lane 3 Mathis Vascorondo from France. In lane 4 Gilles Vleumans from Roba in lane 4. Lane 5 Sander Bibot from Vlierzele Sportief. Lane 6 Ruben Allard from Neerveld. In lane 7 Hendrik Moreno Corporan from the Netherlands. And in lane 8 Noah Mango from France. Fastest athlete in this heat has a personal best of 49.89, and that's Kenny Felder Biala in lane 2 from Royal Excelsior Brussels. Heat 12 with Selles, Biala, Carondo, Vleumans, Bibot, Allard, Corporan, and Mango. And on the outside, looking like Corporan and Mango that are off to the quickest pace in this heat. Also in lane 3, Mathis Vascarondo. But definitely the guys on the outside leading this race. And now the Dutch athletes Hendrik Morena Corporan. He's coming into the home stretch in first place. The Dutch athlete has a personal best of 50.08. Is pushing to go well under that 50 seconds into that headwind in the final straight. 48.96, and very enthusiastic cheering from the crowd with that big personal best for Hendrik Moreno Corporan. 48.96 personal best. 49.98 for Noah Mango. 49.98. 50.11 for Mathis Vascarondo. Kenny Felder Biala 50.29, Ruben Allard 50.42, Sander Bibot 51.35, and Louis Selles 52.53. More than 1 full second improvement for Hendrik Moreno Corporan, going from a 50.08 to a 48.96. 4 more heats in this pre-program, and heat 13 has in lane 2 Francois Scarnier from Moa, in lane 3 Jason O'Reilly from Ireland, in lane 4 Jonathan Vreux from Moa, in lane 5 Cormac Crotty from Ireland, in lane 6 Dries Vergels from Dilbeek Atletiek, in lane 7 Jaren Dijkgraaf from the Netherlands, and lane 8 Leonel Naumbe from Germany.
and the 8 for Germany.
Fastest personal best in this heat is from Jason O'Reilly in lane 3, has a 50.32, but also François Scarnier in the inside lane in lane 2 has a personal best of 50.35. Heat 13 with Scarnier, O'Reilly, Vreu, Crotty, Bergels, Dijkgraaf en Nanombe. And we're off in this 13th heat of the pre-program. On the outside, Nanombe, the German athlete, but also Dries Vergels in lane 6. And Jason O'Reilly from Ireland. Looks like Dries Vergels from Dilbeek is trying to take the lead of this heat. Now also inside lanes. François Scarnier, one of the fastest PBs in this heat. Taking the lead now from the Belgian athlete Dries Vergels. Two Belgians fighting for the win in this heat, and it's Dries Vergels with a 50.05. Very happy with that. Had a personal best of 50.97. That's the kind of enthusiasm we want in this competition. Very big PB for him. 50.05 for Dries Vergels. François Scarnier, 50.36. Jason O'Reilly, 50.40. Leonel Nanombe, 51 Follet. Cormac Crowley, 51.04. Jaren Dijkgraaf, 51.11. And Jonathan Vreu, 51.70. It's nice to see athletes of all levels getting to their personal best, and let's hope that also the athletes in the main program can get close to their personal best and even better them, or look to qualify and run the World Championship standards or European under 23 or under 20 standards. In heat 14, in lane 2, we have from France, Guel Marignal. In lane 3, Quentin Lockefeer from Lebbeke. In lane 4, Aiden Guibert from France. In lane 5, Kentaro Halar from France. In lane 6, Warre de Pauw from Meetjesland. In lane 7, Ethan Latin from White Star. And in lane 8, Jack Morgan from Ireland. Heat 14, 400 meter men pre-program with lane 2 Marignal, lane 3 Lockefeer, lane 4 Guibert, lane 5 Hellert, lane 6 De Pauw, lane 7 Latin, and lane 8 Morgan. Fastest man in this heat is the athlete in lane 4, Aiden Guibert, with a 51.09, the junior athlete. Good start. And it is Aiden Guibert in lane 4, off to the quickest start. Already catching up Kentaro Halar. Also on the outside from Warre de Pauw and Quentin Lockefeer. And a drop out from Aiden Guibert. We will not see him in the final 200 meter. It's Warre de Pauw on the outside. And Ethan Latin from White Star. And also Quinten Lokkeveer from Lebeke on the inside. But this heat will be won by Warre de Pauw with a 50.43. Had a personal best of 51.19. And it's a season best for Warre de Pauw with a 50.43. Personal best for Latin with a 50.77. Very pleased with that. 51.40 for Quinten Lokkeveer. Jack Morgan with 52.11. Guel Marignal with 54.89. And Aiden Guibert did not finish the race. Two more heats in this pre-program. Heat 15 in lane 2 from France, Paulin Hanvy. In lane 3, Ian Sharkey from Ireland. In lane 4, Robbe Putseis from Genk. In lane 5, Luke Timlin from Ireland. In lane 6, René Kjere Dan Funame from Brabant-Wallon. In lane 7, Milan van den Driessen from Kagent. And in lane 8, Cathal Ryan from Ireland. Ian Sharkey from Ireland will not be starting this race, so in empty lane 3. Paulin Hanvy from France has to run blindly in lane 2. Fastest start from Luke Timlin and from Ireland in lane 5, but now also Robbe Putseis from Genk in his trail. We're at the 200 meter in a 24-25 intermediate. It's Timlin and Putseis in the final 130 meters. He's Timlin coming into that home stretch in first place. Robbe Putseis trying to hang on that second place. And it's a 51.08 unofficially. Had a personal best from 51.84. 51.11 officially for Luke Timlin from the under 18 athletes. Robbe Putseis 51.67, a personal best for the junior from Belgium. 52.42 for Ryan, 52.56 for Hanvy. Van den Driessen 52.64 en Nikere Dan Funame 52.74. In heat 16, final heat of the pre-program, we have in lane 2 from Belgium, from Sambre-Meuse, Antoine Baudard. In lane 3, Noah Hanselin from France. In lane 4, Kevin Haag from Sparta Bornem. In lane 5, Christophe Pieters from Waasland. In lane 6, Maxence Vervinkt from Saint-Brémeuse. For lane 7, Joran Kant from Genk. And in lane 8, Darren Towers from the United Kingdom. Final heat of this pre-program, as I mentioned before, at 7:10 p.m. This evening, we have the 400-meter men main program with a lot of high-quality athletes. All of them have a personal best below 46.70. So very high-level field. Some athletes are looking to run their World Championships standard. Some athletes are looking to run the European under-23 standards. Definitely some interesting racing then, so be sure to tune in if you're interested in the main program, 400 meters, women at 6:55 and the men at 7:10 this evening. Final heat of the pre-program, heat 16 with Baudard, Hinselin, Haak, Pieters, Vervinkt, Kant and Toward. Fastest athlete in this heat is Christophe Pieters with a personal best of 52.43. He's in lane 5 from Waasland. Final start of the 400-meter pre-program. And it's Maxence Vervinkt from Saint-Brémeuse in lane 6. That's quickest and already leading the pack. But also Kevin Haak from Sparta Bornem chasing Christophe Pieters, already passed him as we pass the 200 meters. Christophe Pieters trying to stay close with Kevin Haak, who's now leading the race, will be in the home stretch as the first athlete. Also on the inside, Antoine Baudard. Also Maxence Vervinkt in lane 5 will be taking the win just in front of his teammate Antoine Baudard, or it might have been the other way around. 52.31, which would be a personal best for any of these guys. And it's Maxence Vervinkt with 52.33, as well as Antoine Baudard with a 52.33. Christophe Pieters, 52.37, which is a season's best. Noah Hinselin, 52.77. Personal best for Maxence Vervinkt, 52.33, as well as 52.33 for Antoine Baudard. Kevin Haak, 52.99, Joran Kans, 53.88, and Darren Toward, 54.62. And that was it for the 400-meter men pre-program. In just 2 minutes, we will be starting the 200-meter women pre-program. In the first heat of the 200-meter women free program, we have Eba Nyamke Kouaou from France in lane 2, Samia Bendi from France in lane 3, Jani de Nayer from Haki in lane 4, Minke Biscops from the Netherlands in lane 5. She's looking for the European under 23 standard of 23.67 for the Netherlands. Laura Müller from Germany in lane 6, looking for a 22.60 standard for the World Championships. Justine Goossens from Racing Gent in lane 7 and Shaima Ouanis from Algeria in lane 8. Minke Biscops, the athlete from the Netherlands in lane 5, got to a silver medal on the European Championships under 20 in 2021. She's also part of the Dutch 4x100 relay team. And Laura Müller, the German athlete in lane 6, was running the final of the European Championships in 2018, got to the 8th place, has a personal best of 22.65, but hasn't run that quick this season yet. So we'll be looking if she can get close to the 23-second margin. Also, Jani de Nayer, woman to watch, just ran a PB last week with first sub 24 second with a 23.96. First heat is off. With Bandief, Jani de Nayer, and it's Jani and Laura. It's Laura Müller, the German athlete, taking the lead, and she will be winning this heat in front of Jani de Nayer and Justine Goossens with a 23.28. And a new personal best for Jani de Nayer, 23.83. Also season's best for Justine Goossens, 24.05. And Shaima Ouani for 24.28. Samia Bandi for 24.55. 25.17 for Minke Bisschop. Seems like she hasn't found good shape or something might have happened in her race. Let's hope she's not injured or is in any harm. Eba Nyamka Kouaou did not start this race in the lane 2. So a 23.28 for German Laura Müller with a 0.2 tailwind. So perfect conditions, as the temperature has also already started to rise close to 20 degrees, sunny, and a small tailwind for these girls in the 200 meter. In heat 2 of the pre-programmed 200 meter women, we have in lane 2 Sarah Daisy Chiamala Bitota from La Louvière. In lane 3, Kaden Bassel from the Netherlands. In lane 4, Lucy Sleeman from Ireland. In lane 5, Manon de Put from Meetjesland. In lane 6, Messalina Pieroni from Lira Lierse. In lane 7, Keisha Quadwo from Germany. And in lane 8, Patricia Urquia Lopez. Fastest woman in this heat is Lucy Sleeman and Manon de Put. both having a personal best with 24:04, but also Messalina Pieroni has a personal best of 24:06. Manon is a multiple Belgian champion, also been part of the 4x4 relay team. Lucy Sleeman from Ireland is looking for European standards. She's a junior, ran the World Championships under 20. Has a personal best of 24:04, and she's off to the quickest start. Already caught up with Manon de Peut and Messalina Pieroni, but also on the outside, Kesha Quadwo from Germany. She's leading this race as Lucy Sleeman is chasing her, but it will be Quadwo who wins this race in a 23:79. 23:80 for Quadwo, Kesha Quadwo, Lucy Sleeman with a 24:12, Lopez 24:30, Pieroni 24:31 with the season's best, Manon de Peut 24:35, Kaden Bassel 24:41, and Shyamala Bitota 24:63. 0.7 tailwind for this heat, as we see the results of Heat 1 again, with Laura Miller taking the win there with a 23:28, and Jani de Nayer with a 23:83 personal best. Lucy Sleeman from Ireland ran the B standard for the Irish European
Lucy Sleeman
standard.
the B standard for the European Championship Juniors.
She needed a 24:20 and ran a 24:12 in this heat. Heat 3 of the pre-program is in lane 2, Isabel Vandenberg from the Netherlands. In lane 3, Vanessa Anite from Germany. In lane 4, Molly Hurrihan from Ireland. Lane 5, Chloe Chaveper from Brabant. In lane 6, Madeleine Wappels from the United Kingdom. In lane 7, Luca Heijvaart from Lebbeke. And in lane 8, Lauren Petrocci-Konings from Genk. An Irish athlete in lane 4, Molly Hurrihan, is looking to run European under 23 standards. The A standard for Ireland is 23:50 and the B standard is a 23:95, which might be in her reach. Let's look out what she will be doing in this heat. Fastest personal best in this heat is a 24:27 for Chloé Chavet-Pierre for Brabant Wallon in lane 5. So be on the lookout for those two middle lanes, lane 4 and 5. Off to a good start. It's on the outside. Luca Heijvaart with a fast start, but Molly Hurrihan. But Chloé Chavet-Pierre staying very close, but it's Molly, the Irish athlete, in lane 4. And now Madeleine Wappels. She is leading this race and winning in a 24:26. Madeleine had a registration of 24:37. She took the win of this race with a 24:28 for Madeleine Wapples, 24:49 for Molly Horgen, 24:49 also for Chloe Chavepé, and 24:50 personal best for Lauren Petrocci Konings, the under 18 athlete. Vanessa Aniteye from Germany, 24:57. Isabel van den Berg from the Netherlands, 24:63. Season's best. And Luca Heijvaart from Lebbeke, 25:10. In Heat 4, we have in Lane 2 from France, Awa Zampo. In Lane 3 from Israel, Alina Drutman. In Lane 4, Anushka Kadiamba from Waasland. In Lane 5, Katie Burgeon from Ireland. In Lane 6, Margot van Peuvelde from Oudenaarde. In Lane 7, Mahin Ruth Manuel from France. And in Lane 8, Katie Doherty from Ireland. Margot is also enlisted for the 400 meter later today in the main program. So tough program for her if she runs both of them. Heat 5, Zampu, Drutman, Kadiamba, Bergen, Van Peuvelde, Manuel and Doherty. Katie Doherty in the outside lane is an under 18 athlete. She is the Irish indoor champion on 200 meter for that age group, looking for a European Youth Olympic Festival standard of 24:90. Has a personal best of 25:14, but registered with a time of 24:76. So we might have missed some personal bests there in our preparation for today's race. Heat 4 of the pre-program with Zampu, Drutman, Kadiamba, Burgeon, Van Peuvelde, Manuel and Doherty. And a false start, I think, on the outside lane. Someone will be getting a red card as we see one of the judges walking. I think it will be lane 8. Katie Doherty looking for the European Olympic standards for the under 18 girls. Seems a little surprised by the decision and is discussing with the judges why she is disqualified from this race and she will not be able to start. Very disappointed, I think. Well, heartbreaking, as she was hoping to run that 24:90 European Olympic Festival standard for Ireland. Second start for this Heat 4 of the 200-meter women pre-program with Zampu, Drutman, Kadiamba, Bergen, Van Peuvelde and Manuel. Fastest start from Awa Zampu on the inside of lane 2, but also Drutman, Bergen and Manuel. Kadiamba chasing through as well, and outside Marine Ruth Manuel and Awa Zampu from France winning this heat in a 24:47. Registered for this race with a 24:66, so that might be a personal best or season best. Zampu in 24:48, Manuel with a 24:50, Margot van Puivelde with a 24:77, as well as Kadiamba 24:77, Katie Burgin with a 24:80, and Alina Drutman from Israel with a 25:44. 0.5 tailwind.
25.
So perfect conditions for the sprinters in this race. 24:48 for the win. In Heat 5 of the pre-program, we have in lane 2 Esther Adikpe from the United Kingdom, Eva Mollema from the Netherlands in lane 3, Geraldine Deur from Schaarbeek in lane 4, Noor Vermeijden from Herentals in lane 5, Alana Ryan from Ireland in lane 6, Leela Colfer from Ireland in lane 7, and Hannah Falvey from Ireland in lane 8. Heat 5 of the pre-program with Adikpe, Mollema, Deur, Vermeijden, Ryan, Colfer, and Falvey. Fastest athlete in this heat has a personal best of 24:77. She's in lane 3, Eva Mollema from the Netherlands. And a good start on the outside, lane 7 off with the quickest start, Leela Colfer. But now on the inside, Esther Adikpe and also Geraldine Deur and Noor Vermeijden. And Eva Mollema now trying to push through, but it's on the outside. Leela Colfer with a 24:25. And that's also a under 18 athlete. So a big personal best. And it was Geraldine Deur, the personal best, and Leah Colfer with a 24:37. Noor Vermeijden, 24:64. Eva Molleman, 24:74. 24:84 for Esther Adikpe. And Hannah Falvey with a 25:54. It's a 2.4 tailwind, so none of these times will be official. Unfortunately, these personal bests will not be able to be officially enlisted. So Geraldine Deur won this race with a 24:30, 24:37 for Leela Colfer, Noor Vermeijden 24:64, but unfortunately 2.4 meter per second tailwind, so no non-official time. In Heat 6 of the 200 meter pre-program, we have Viola Tiofo from Canada in lane 2, Lieselot van Laren from Nederland in lane 3, Fatima Amoussa from Ireland in lane 4, Luma Barmada from France in lane 5, Carolina Miahaas from Germany in lane 6, Sophia Gartland from Ireland in lane 7, and Noemi Denon from France in lane 8. Fastest athlete in this heat, Lieselot van Laren from Nederland in lane 3 with a 24:89 personal best. Heat 6 of the pre-program. Lieselot van Laren from Meetjesland, who's up quickest and will be in that straightaway in first place. Also on the outside, Sophia Garland and Noemi Denon. And it looks like Noemi Denon on the outside will be taking the win with a 24:55. 24:55 for Noemi, which is corrected to a 24:57. 24:57 for Noemi Denon. And Lieselot van Laren with a 24:71, a season's best for her. Sophia Gartland with a 24:89. Fatima Moussa, 25:06. Viola Teofo with a 25:37. Luma Barmada, 25:41. Carolina Miajas with a 25:55. 0.6 tailwind, so this time will be official. In contrast with what we saw in the earlier heat with a 2.4 meter per second tailwind. In heat 7 of the 200 meter pre-program women, we have in lane 2, Abigail Norua from the Netherlands. In lane 3, Elodie Frankar from the Damer. In lane 4, Laura Ann Costello from Ireland. In lane 5, Nena de Koning from Meetjesland. In lane 6, from Ireland, Sophie Parler. In lane 7, from Olympic Semikale, Ines Bebassi. And in lane 8, Valeria Montaigne from the Netherlands. Lane 6, Sophie Parler stays empty. We don't have the Irish Sophie Parler in this heat. So heat 7, Norua, Frankaert, Costello de Koning, Bedassi and Montaigne. There seemed to be a slight problem with one of the starting blocks in lane 7, so we are waiting for another block for our Belgian athlete Ines Bedassi. All right, heat 7. Abigail Norua, Elodie Francaert, Lauren Costello, Nena de Koning, Ines Gbedassi en Valeria Montaigne. Short intermezzo, fixing that starting block for Ines Gbedassi. Fastest in this heat is Abigail Norua from the Netherlands with a personal best of 25:04. She is a under 18 athlete, so might be looking into qualifying for European Olympic Festival. Very even heat so far. Looks like Nena de Koning, but also on the outside, Ines Gbedassi and Valeria Montaigne taking it lead. And now on the inside, Abigail Norua is coming through. There will be the Dutch athletes in the outside lane, Valeria Montaigne taking the win in a 24:73. She registered with a time of 25:35. So a personal best for her in a 24:73 for Valeria. And also a personal best for Abigail Norua with a 25:07. Ines Gbedassi also has a personal best with a 25:26. Nena de Koning 25:60. Francaert with a 25:92. And Costello, Laura Costello 26:24. 1.3 tailwind. So all times will be official. Personal best for Valeria Montaigne, Abigail Norua, and Ines Gbedassi. All new personal bests. Heat 8. We have 13 heats per reprogram, 200 meter women. So heat 8. We have in lane 2, Emmy Guikema from the Netherlands. Lane 3, Nona Heivert from Lebbeke. And lane 4, Cressida Amnyampong from Ireland. In lane 5, Arlene Crossan from Ireland. In lane 6, Marie Vermeulen from Roba. In lane 7, Nicole Walsh from Ireland. And in lane 8, Annick Nijhoff from the Netherlands. Youngest athlete here is an under 16 athlete in lane 6. Marie Vermeulen has a personal best of 25:57 and is one of the fastest girls in this heat, who all have a personal best in between 25:50 and 25:60. So very close racing in this heat 8 of the pre-programmed 200 meter women. This evening at 6:40 p.m. we have the 200 meter main program series where we have some high level athletes entering the race with Victoria Rosa from Brazil with a personal best of 22:47. Lieke Klaver from Netherlands with a personal best of 22:66. Also Jamil Samuel from Netherlands with a 22:37 personal best. Imke Vervaat, one of our best Belgian athletes on the 200 meters, 23:05. Leonie van Vliet from the Netherlands. Delphine Kanza, Ketia Sedo, Marije van Hunenstein, Nadine Visser, Evelien Zaalberg, Hanne Klaas, some of the best Belgian and Dutch athletes in the both relay teams, 4x100 and 4x400 relay teams will be racing on the 200 meter main program this evening at 6:40. As we watched our 8th heat in the pre-program, only 4 athletes at the start, so a lot of dropouts because of the 100 meter probably, or doubling the 200 and the 400. And it's the outside lane, Annick Nijhoff, and inside Emmy Guikema from the Netherlands. Close finish with a 25:52, close to their personal bests. 25.54. Annick Nijnhoff. Emmy Geukema, 25.61, just above their personal best. Nona Heijvaart from Lebbeke, 25.82. And Marie Vermeulen from Roba with a 26.08. And no starts for the Irish girls in this heat. No Cressida Amyampong, Arlene Crossen, and Nicole Walsh. In heat 9, we have in lane 1, Lucasha Morris from the United Kingdom. In lane 2, Noah Dore from the Netherlands. In lane 3, Kira Jansen from Dilbeek. In lane 4, Evie de Baats from Kagens. In lane 5, Sophie Mulcahy from Ireland. In lane 6, Sarah Willard from Oudenaarde. In lane 7, Rihanna McCarthy from Ireland. And in lane 8, Rebecca Roots from the United Kingdom. Fastest woman of this heat is Kira Jansen from Dilbeek with a personal best of 25.64. A full heat, 8 athletes: Morris, Doré, Janssens, De Baats, Mulcahy, Willard, McCarthy, and Roots. Heat 9 of 13 pre-program heats of the 200-meter women. Off to a good start. And lane 2 and 3 are off in the fastest. Noah Dore and Kira Jansen. Also outside, Rihanna McCarthy, who is leading this race. And it's Noah Dore from the lane 2. But it will be Rihanna McCarthy from Ireland or Noah Dore and Sarah Willard. And Sophie McCauley. 25.44. 25.46 officially for Rihanna McCarthy. 25.47 personal best for Noah Dore. 25.54 for Sophie McCauley. Evie de Baats, 25.68 personal best. Kira Jansen, 25.88. 26.06 for Rebecca Roots. Sarah Willard, 26.19 and 27.07 for Lucasha Morris. So a personal best for Noah Dore and Evie de Baats with a slight headwind. Four more heats, and heat 10 we have in lane 2 from Belgium, from Lebbeke, Bente van Ingelgem, and also from Lebbeke in lane 3, Emma Hill. In lane 4, Elena O'Sullivan from Ireland. In lane 5, Zina Lovery from Lebbeke. In lane 6, Eloise Mariette from France. In lane 7, Elise Leonard from Excelsior. And in lane 8, Laurence Niena from France. Fastest girl in this heat has a personal best of 25.97. She is in lane 5, Zina Lovery from Lebbeke. Also a sub-26 personal best is in lane 6, Heloise Mariette from France. Both athletes under 18. So looking to improve that time below the 26 seconds. Heat 10 off to a good start, no false starts. 3 athletes from Lebbeke, but it's on the outside. Heloise Mariette and Eloise Leonard. And it's Heloise Mariette and Laurence Niena in the outside lane, who will probably win this race in a 25.18, which is a big improvement. Laurence Niena, 25:18, registered with a 26:15. So good time for her. Eloise Mariette, 25:31. A 25:63 for Elise Leonard, a personal best for her. Elena O'Sullivan, 25:72. Zina Lovery from Lebeke, 25:95. Personal best. Emma Hill, 26:39. And Bente van Ingelgem, 26:56. 0.2 tailwind. So very good conditions for these sprinters. Three more heats of 200-meter pre-program for the women. In lane 2, we have Lamy Loenders from Olympic SMK Halle. In lane 3, Marie Lejeune from France. In lane 4, Sylvia Ayape Leos from Spain. In lane 5, Ornelia Niani from Brabant. In lane 6, Michelle Duggan from Ireland. In lane 7, Lea Gutkens from Germany. And in lane 8, Lotte van der Vreken from Waasland. Fastest athlete in this heat is Ornelia Niani from Brabant. She has a personal best of 26:21. Junior athletes, under 20 athlete. She'll be the one to watch in this heat. Heat 11 of the pre-program with Loenders, Lejeune, Leos, Niani, Duggan, Jutkens and Van der Vreken. It's Marie Lejeune leading this race, but now also Michelle Duggan from Ireland on the outside in lane 6. She's leading this race with Marie Lejeune and Ornelia Niani, the French athlete, trying to get the win from the Irish Michelle Duggan. 25:99. She has her fingers crossed that she runs below that 26 seconds. And it's a 26:05 for Michelle Duggan. Also 26:05 for Niani. A personal best for her. 26:05 for both of them, for Ornelia Niani and Michelle Duggan. Personal best also for Lamy Loenders, Lotte van der Vreken, 26:46, Lea Gutkens, 26:65, Marie Lejeune, 26:77, and Sylvia Ayape Leos from Spain, a 26:93, 0.4 meter per second tailwind. So all official times that will be registered. Two more heats before we get into the 200-meter men pre-program. In this heat 12 for the women, we have in lane 2, Strea Aïsse from the Netherlands. In lane 3, Laure van den Bremt from Eendrachthaals. In lane 4, Emma Minjo from France. In lane 5, Lisa van Rentergem for Deense. In lane 6, Ines Carol Zippa from the United Kingdom. In lane 7, Anke Siri-Jacobs from Vlierzele Sportief. And in lane 8, Anne van Wil van Werkhoven from the Netherlands. Fastest athlete in this heat is Lisa van Rentergem from Deense, has a personal best of 26:54. The youngest athlete here is Anke Siri-Jacobs. She's a under 18 athlete in lane 7. Heat 12 of the 200-meter women pre-program with Aïsse, Van den Bremt, Minjo, Van Rentergem, Zeppa, Siri-Jacobs en Van Werkhoven. And a good start, no false starts. It's Anke Siriakos in lane 7 who's off to the quickest start. Also Lore van den Bremt on the inside. And it's Strea Ayise from the Netherlands. And Anke Siriakos pushing on the outside, and lane 8 will be taking the win of this heat in a 25.99. Very happy with that. Anke Siriakos' big personal best with a 26.00 personal best. Strea Ayise, personal best with a 26.24. And their teammate hugging Anke with her win. 26.37 for Emma Minjot, 26.55 for Lisa van Rentergem. But unfortunately, they have a 2.2 tailwind, so none of these times will be official. Unfortunately, the personal best will not be official. Lore van den Bremt, 26.71, 27.62 Ines Carol Zeppa, and 27.84 for Anne-Wil van Werkhoven. Unfortunately, no personal best for these girls, as the time is non-official with a 2.2 tailwind. Last heat of this pre-program, heat 13, will be with Nina Moyea from Olympic SME Halle. From Ireland, in lane 3, Elena McGuinness. In lane 4, Emma Meusland from Lebbeke. In lane 5, Hege Michiels from Kagent. In lane 6, Monica Herreros Moreno from Spain. In lane 7, Isabel Doyle from Ireland. And in lane 8, Anneke Kootstra from the Netherlands. Final heat of the 200-meter women pre-program. Later today at 6:40, we have the 200-meter women main program with some big names joining our competition today. So be sure to tune in to see Lieke Klaver, Jamil Samuel, Imke Vervaat, Leonie van Vliet, Delphine Kanza en Ketia Sedo, Marije van Hunenstaan, Bianca Williams, Vittoria Rossa, Hanne Brier, Nadine Visser, Eva Berger, Marussia Paré, Eveline Zaalberg, Hanne Klaas, and many more in our main program later this evening. Final heat of the pre-program, heat 13. Fastest start for Alana McGuinness in lane 3. But it's a very close race. Alana McGee is leading. Emma Meusland, Hege Michiels, all very close on a line, but it will be Hege Michiels, maybe the Spanish athlete Monica Herreros Moreno in a 26.54. Big smile there as she comes across the line. Hege Michiels in a 26.54 unofficially, and it's a 26.54 officially as well. A personal best for her. Herreros Moreno in second place with a 26.59. Meusland with a 26.81 personal best for her as well. Moyeo also a personal best with 26.92. Let's hope that the wind is legal for this race. And Alicia McGuinness, Alana McGuinness with a 26.59. 27.61 with for Anneke Kootstra, and Isabel Doyle with a 27.69. 0.7 meter per second tailwind, so times are official. For 3 personal best and 1 season's best for this final heat of the pre-program 200-meter women. And then we'll head straight into the pre-program for the 200-meter men. And we have 16 heats of the pre-program men. In heat 1 for the 200-meter pre-program men, we have in lane 2, Sikak Ekpo from the Netherlands. In lane 3, Timber Huismans from Olympic SME Halle. In lane 4, Gradi Sobolai Bakole from France. In lane 5, Adame Jama, also from France. Rendel Vermeulen in lane 6 from Meetjesland. Victor Hofmans will not be starting, unfortunately, today from Olse Merksem Atletiek. And Oliver Swinney from Ireland in lane 8.
Na de vrouwen beginnen aan de mannen 200. Met de Nederlander.
Sneakak Expo needs a 21:07 to qualify for the European Under 23 Championship. He has a personal best of 21:33, so might be in his reach to qualify for the European Championships. Rendel Vermeulen in lane 6 needs a qualifying 2080 to go to that European Under 23 Championships, as the Belgian standard is set very high. He is a former soccer player for Cercle Brugge. Won the 100-meter Flemish Championships last season. And also Oliver Swinney can run that B standard for Ireland. He needs a 21:20. And Adame Gemma in lane 5 ran the World Championships in Beijing and London, and also ran the 200-meter Olympic Games for the Gambia. But unfortunately, we have a false start here. Let's see what the judges decide, if anyone gets disqualified. Yes. And it will be Adama Jama from the Gambia. Will not be allowed to run his race. Might be some protest there. He's requested to leave the track, but still gestures to the judge. Skikak Ekpo from the Netherlands in lane 2, Timber Huismans, lane 3, Gradi Sobolai Bakole from France, Adame Jame requested to leave the track, Rendel Vermeulen from Meetjesland in lane 6, no Victor Hofmans in lane 7, and Oliver Swinney from Ireland in lane 8. So we have the Dutch athletes in lane 2, Rendel Vermeulen in lane 6, and Oliver Swinney all looking for their European standards. In lane 2, we'll have Sikak Ekpo from the Netherlands. Lane 3, Timber Huismans from Olympic SME Halle. Lane 4, Gradi Sobalai Bakole. And lane 6, Rendel Vermeulen. No Victor Hofmans or Oliver Swinney. And a disqualification for Adame Jame. So only 4 athletes in this heat. 2 athletes trying to reach that European under 23 standards. And now we're off to a good start. And it's the inside lane. Dutch athletes Sikak Ekpo, but also Gradi Bakole. And it's Timber Huismans who is coming back, but I think the heat will be won by the outside Rendel Vermeulen, 21:20, which would be a new personal best for him. 21:20 personal best, needs a 20:80 to go to European Championships though. Rendel Vermeulen, 20:25 personal best. Timber Huismans, 21:20. Rendel Vermeulen, 21:25. Gradi Stobaloye Bakaole, a 21:33. And Sikak Ekpo, 21:37. 1.6 tailwind. So 2 personal bests for the Belgian athletes in these heats, but no standard for these athletes yet. They need a 20:80 to be sent out to European under 23. In heat 2, Christian Samuel Nash in lane 2. In lane 3, Geoffrey Jacques from Serrain. In lane 4, Cedric Fini from the Netherlands. In lane 5, Cameron Bailey from the United Kingdom. In lane 6, Sven van den Berg from Lira Leerse in lane 6. In lane 7, Stuart Greenhall from the United Kingdom. And in lane 8, François Corollaire from France. The Dutch athletes Cedric Fini needs a 21:07 as a European under 23 standards. Netherlands is working with 2 different standards for the under 23 championships. For the oldest 2 years of those under 23 athletes, they have a more strict standard than for the youngest athletes. So he's one of those youngest athletes, just turning 20 this year. So he needs a 21:07, has a personal best of 21:46, is a national junior champion in the 200 meters last year. Used to be a soccer player, so let's see if he can get close to that 21:07. And it's Cedric Fini from the Netherlands leading this race, but also outside Sven van den Berg. And it's Fini in a 21:14. That's very close to that 21:07. He needs to be going to the European Champions. 21:14 personal best. 21:55 for Cameron Bailey. 21:57 for Samuel Nash. 21:65 for Geoffrey Jacques. Personal best for the athlete from Serrain. Stuart Greenhall, 21:79. Sven van den Berg, 22:07, and 22:10 for François Corollaire. A 1.2 tailwind, so all times are official and legal wind with this tailwind. So only 700s for him between those European standards and his personal best in this International Flanders Athletics meeting. In Heat 3, we have 7 athletes on the list. In Lane 2, we have Levi Hazes from the Netherlands. In Lane 3, Christopher Stibanda from Ireland. Lane 4, Jan Polman from the Netherlands. In Lane 5, Thomas Maurice from France. In Lane 6, Perez Inigo from Honduras. In Lane 7, Kobe Plaskaert from Volharding. And in Lane 8, Asamti Baji from Excelsior. fastest athlete in this heat is Jan Polman with a personal best from 21:65. He's in lane 4. Heat 3 pre-programmed 200-meter men. And it's the Thomas Maurice from France. But now Christopher Sibanda. And he will take the win in a 21:43. Has a registered time from 21:67 for this race. So a 21:45 for Christopher Sibanda, 21:77 for Kobe Plasgaard, close to his personal best. 21:79 for Jan Polman, 21:94 for Thomas Maurice. Assam Tibaji, 22:05, 22:22 for Perez Inigio, and Levi Hazes, 22:51, 0.5 meter per second tailwind. So all times are legal. Unfortunately, no personal best for any of these men in the third heat of the pre-programmed 200-meter men. Thirteen more heats in this 200-meter men pre-program. So a lot of athletes came to this track in Belgium to run some fast sprinting times. In heat 4, we have in lane 2, Andrew Egan from Ireland. In lane 3, Victor Morabito from Schaerbeek. In lane 4, Johnson Casseus from France. In lane 5, Elgemar Laker from the Netherlands. In lane 6, Matthias van Gestel from Herentals. In lane 7, Darian Moore from the United Kingdom. And in lane 8, Patrick Hassett from Ireland. Heat 4 of the 200-meter pre-program for men. No Andrew Egan in his starting block, so only 6 men in this 200-meter. False start from Darian Moore from the United Kingdom, but also an inside Victor Morabito and Johnson Casseus from France. But it's in the outside. Darian Moore look like he will be taking this heat in a unofficial 21:37. Very pleased with that. Had a registered time of 21:79, so a 21:39 would be a 4/10 improvement. Also personal best for Morabito, 21:55. Johnson Caseus, 21:63. Patrick Hesset, 21:90. Matthias van Gestel, 22:17. Algemar Leker, 22:54. 1.4 tailwind. In heat 5, we have in lane 2, Clément Brunet from Brian Waterloo. In lane 3, Ibrahim Diallo from France. In lane 4, Arthur Gerardin from France. In lane 5, Darren Murphy from Ireland. In lane 6, Jitse Miwis from Olympic Academic Halle. In lane 7, Matteo Gabon from France. And in lane 8, Jair van Harmelen from the Netherlands. Both Dara Murphy and Jitse Miwis have a personal best of 21:83. So they are the fastest men in this heat. Ibrahim Diallo, a registered time of 21:86. And also Arthur Gerardin from France having a 21:87. Arthur is still a under 18 athlete. So a very fast young man. Heat 5 with Brunet, Diallo, Gerardin, Murphy, Miwis, Gabon en Van Harmelen. And we're off to a good start. Fast start from the men in lane 4, Arthur Gerardin. But also on the inside, Clément Brunet. And mainly Matteo Gabon in lane 7. He's leading this race. Also on the outside. But it is Matteo Gabon in a 21:59. Had a 21:91 registered for this race. So a big smile there. 21:59 for Matteo Gabon. Yuri van Harmelen, Jair van Harmelen, 21:85 personal best. Very pleased with that 21:59 there. Gerardin, a 21:88. Ibrahim Diallo, 21:93. Clément Brunet, 22:08. Dara Murphy, 22:09. And Jitse Miwis, 22:57. A minus 0.2 meter per second wind, so all legal times for this heat. A personal best, as we can see there, for Jair van Harmelen, but also for Matteo Gabon, a 21:59. Big time there for him. In heat 6 of the pre-program, we have in lane 2, Shurai Maibito from the Netherlands. In lane 3, Donald Martin from Ireland. In lane 4, Leon Seal from Great Britain. In lane 5, Suraj Black from Bermuda. In lane 6, Bastien Varé from France. In lane 7, Ardit Vidishiki from Germany. And in lane 8, Belori Winigiemi from Ireland. Heat 6 of the pre-program. Unfortunately, no Glory Winigieme from Ireland in lane 8. But we do have Bito, Martin, Seal, Black, Vare, and Vadishiki in the 6th heat of the 200-meter men pre-program. Off to a good start. And it's a very fast start in lane 5. Surge Black from Bermuda leading the pack. Very big lead there. Donald Martin in a second. But it will be the athlete from Bermuda taking the win in a 21.67. Registered with a 21.99. So a 21.67 officially for Suraj Black, taking a win of the 6th heat. Second place was for Donald Martin in a 21.79. And that's a Youth Olympic Festival standard for the Irish athletes. Needed a 22.20 and ran a 21.79, so improved his personal best quite some bit. Leon Seal with the 3rd place, 22.11. Ardit Vidishiki, 22.28. And Shuraimi Bito with a 22.48 with a 0.2 tailwind. In Heat 7, we have in lane 2 the Irish athletes Runo Ayavoro. In lane 3, Stephen McKay. In lane 4, Marco Medan from Excelsior. In lane 5, Rodrigo Willybroer from Netherlands. Lane 6, Tibe Temmerman from Lebbeke. In lane 7, Turbras van Olympic Essenbeek Halle. And in lane 8, Sol Stewart from the United Kingdom. Heat 7 of the pre-program. Ayavoro, McKay, Medan, Willybroer, Temmerman, Bras, and Stewart. Fastest man of this heat, fastest personal best is for Rodrigo Willybroer from the Netherlands, 22.07. Will any of these men be able to run sub 22 today? Heat 7 underway. And it is Tibe Temmerman from Lebbeke. But now Rodrigo Willybroer from the Netherlands is taking over the lead in this competition. Also Turbras from Olympic Essenbeek Halle returning. And on the outside, Sol Stewart. But it's Rodrigo Willybroer with a 21.49. Cannot believe. Had a personal best above 22 seconds, so has a 21.49, a 21.80 also for Sol Stewart, 21.81 for Stephen McKay, Turbras, a season's best with a 21.92. Also Tibe Temmerman for the first time below the 22 seconds, 21.96 personal best. Marco Medan, 22.32, and a 22.43 for Runo Ayavoro. All legal times with a 0.4 meter per second tailwind. So a big improvement there for Rodrigo Willybroer. In Heat 8, we have in lane 2, Thomas van Ingelgem van Lebbeke, from Lebbeke. In lane 2, in Lane 3, Ian Kenny from Ireland. In lane 4, Gerben van der Voorde from Waasland. In lane 5, Charles Maurice from France. In lane 6, Senna de Vos from Kagent. In lane 7, Danilo Vrienswijk from the Netherlands. And in lane 8, Beersen de Herder. Beersen took a bronze medal on the Flemish Championships 200 meter 10 days before this competition. Fastest man of this heat has a personal best of 22:25. Charles Maurice from France in lane 5, so he'll be the man to watch. But all athletes have a personal best between 22:25 and 22:32, so some close racing in heat 8. Unfortunately, lane 3 and lane 5 stay empty, so no Ian Kenny and no Charles Maurice. We do have Thomas van Ingelgem, Gerben van der Voorde, Senna de Vos, Danilo Vrienswijk, and Beersen de Herder. And it is Danilo Vrienswijk from the Netherlands in lane 7 who is taking the lead. On the inside, also Thomas van Ingelgem from Lebbeke, and now Gerben van der Voorde from Waasland, trying to come back, but it's Danilo Vrienswijk who will be winning this heat in a 21:64. Registered with a 22:13. So a big run from him. Danilo Vrienswijk, 21:64 personal best. Gerben van der Voorde, 22:13, equalizing his personal best. Senna de Vos, 22:19. Beersen de Herder, 22:19 as well, with a personal best. And a 22:33 for Thomas van Ingelgem. All running personal or season's best with a 0.3 headwind in this heat. And that means we are halfway through our pre-program heats, and it's time for heat 9. In lane 1, we have Sybren Rekers from the Netherlands. In lane 2, Stefan Udengaard Knudsen from Denmark. In lane 3, Leo Morgan from Ireland. In lane 4, Younes Nizar from France. In lane 5, Storm Tels from Waasland. In lane 6, Poutan Tran from Canada. In lane 7, Umar Bamba from France. And in lane 8, Keith Pike from Ireland. Fastest man in this heat is in lane 4. Younes Nizar from France has a personal best of 22:33, and Storm Tels from Waasland in lane 5 has a personal best of 22:35. As we've seen before, these heats have all crushed the 22-second barrier. Will this heat do that again? Will they go sub 22 in heat 9 of the pre-program, just stating the level of this competition here? Heat 9, and it is on the inside Stefan Udengaard Knudsen leading this race, followed by Leo Morgan from Ireland, but he is pushing the win in this heat, and also a 21:96, also below that 22-second barrier. This is the 9th heat where we go below 22 seconds. It's a big race from Stefan Undergaard Knudsen had a personal best or registered time for 22:42, so a 21:96. Leo Morgan, 22:41. Siberen Rekers, 22:46. Equalizing his personal best. Storm Tels from Waasland, 22:56, a season's best for him. Umar Bamba, 23:05. And those were the only athletes that started in this heat with a 0.8 meter per second tailwind. So personal best for Stefan Undegaard Knudsen from Denmark. In heat 10 of the pre-program, we have in lane 1, Florian Parmentier from France. In lane 2, Jordi van Lierde from Gerardsbergen. In lane 3, Alexandre Baudouin Dumont from Brabant Wallon. In lane 4, Marius Bal from France. In lane 5, Ivan Adrienko from Israel. In lane 6, Simon Coton from La Louvière. In lane 7, Lachlan Harris from Ireland. And in lane 8, Luan Mas from France. Fastest athlete in this heat is the Israeli athlete Ivan Andrienko, has a personal best of 22:50, followed by Simon Coton from La Louvière with a personal best of 22:53. Eight athletes in the blocks for Heat 10 with Parmentier, Van Lierde, Baudouin Dumont, Bal, Adrienko, Coton, Harris, and Mas. Off to a good start, and it's on the inside. Jordi van Lierde and Alexander Baudouin Dumont, but also in lane 8, Luan Mas. And now Simon Coton taking the lead. It's a beautiful image there in the drone. Simon Coton taking the win. Oh, and it's even Adrienko with a 22:16. He registered for this race with a time of 22:50, so 22:18. And we see a very happy Jordi van Lierde with a 22:33. Luan Mas, 22:45. Alexandre Baudouin Dumont, 22:50. Also a personal best for him. Lachlan Harris from Ireland, 22:53. And a season's best for Simon Coton from La Louvière, 22:55. Marius Bal, 22:60. And Florian Parmentier, 22:65. Plus 1.1 meter per second wind, so a tailwind helping these athletes do some excellent times. PBs everywhere. Heat 11 of the 200-meter men pre-program. In lane 1, Hadrien Bimlo from La Louvière. In lane 2, Quentin Hopkin from Riva. In lane 3, Max O'Reilly from Ireland. In lane 4, Aston Lockwood from the United Kingdom. In lane 5, Jonas Verschuren from Lier Telesportief. In lane 6, Luke Timlin from Ireland. In lane 7, Killian Curran from Ireland. And in lane 8, Alpha Boy from Dating Club Leuven. And unfortunately, we saw a full heat in Heat 10, but here we only have athletes in lane 1, 2, 4, 5, and 8. So no Quentin Hopkin, no Max O'Leary, no Luke Timlin and Killian Curran, no Irish athletes at the start. And a good start for Aston Lockwood from the United Kingdom. but also inside Hadrien Wimlo. But very close to racing, it's Aston Lockwood leading the spec, but on the outside, Alpha Boye. And it is Aston taking the win in a 22:56. 22:57 officially. Personal best voor Quentin Hofken, 22:70. Jonas Verschuren, 22:73. Alpha Boy, 22:75. En Adrien Wimlo, 22:88. Heat 12 of the pre-program. In lane 1, we have Oliver Uwamungu Ngira from Indracht Aalst. In lane 2, Sten Steen from the Netherlands. In lane 3, Basit Oyebanji from Ireland. In lane 4, Rex Nyamakazi from Ireland. In lane 5, Baptiste Sauvage from France. In lane 6, Hugo Gauthier from Canada. In lane 7, Benjamin Toe from the United Kingdom. And in lane 8, Ruben de Jong from the Netherlands. Fastest man in this heat has a personal best of 22:80 is Baptiste Sauvage, but also Hugo Gauthier has a personal best of 22:80. And even though we were missing 3 starters in the previous heat, this heat will be a full heat again with the 8 athletes. Uwamungu Ngira in lane 1, Steen in lane 2, Oyebanji lane 3, Nyamakazi lane 4, Sauvage lane 5, Gauthier lane 6, Toe lane 7, and De Jong lane 8. 5 more heats in this pre-program. And we are underway. It is Benjamin Toe from the UK in the outside, leading the race. And he's still leading this race. Will be a big win for him in a 22:04. 22:04 for Benjamin Toe. He was registered with a 22:86 for this race, so a 22:04, big race for him. Hugo Gauthier, 22:64, also for him a better time than he registered. Nyamakazi, 22:99, Oyebanji, 23:02. Steen with a 23:04 season's best. Ruben de Jong, 23:05. Olivier Uwamungu Ngiri, 23:17. And Baptiste Sauvage, 23:33. Heat 13 of the 200-meter pre-program for the men. In lane 2, Cormac Crotty from Ireland. In lane 3, Vincent Bertemes from Luxembourg. In lane 4, Robbe Carchon from Roba. In lane 5, Laurent François from Olympique Smikhalle. In lane 6, Jack Hickey from Ireland. In lane 7, Charlie Basteau from Ireland. And in lane 8, Thomas Drouillet from France. Fastest man here is Laurence François, 22:92 personal best in lane 5. This evening at 6:30 p.m. we have the 200-meter main program for the men. We have Ryan Zeze, Joshua Hartman, Taimir Burnett, Xavier Mo-Ayok, Fode Sissoko, Liam Marvin Bonifacia, and many more very interesting names joining us for the main program, with also Belgian athletes Christian Iguacel, Dylan Borlée, and Adrien de Vriend. All men with a personal best below 21 seconds, so it will be a very interesting race as we are watching the 13th heat of the pre-program, and it is the Irish athlete leading this and taking the win, Jack Hickey, in a 22:78. He registered for this race with a 22:94, so a 22:77. Charlie Basteau, second place with a 22:88. Pleased with his result there. Laurent François, season's best with a 22:92. Cormac Crotty, 22:92 as well. Robbe Carchon, 23:02. Thomas Drouillet, 23:10, and Vincent Bertemes, 23:12. 0.7 tailwind, so still ideal circumstances for the sprinters here. Let's see what the men in the main program will have for us. In heat 14, three more heats of the 200-meter pre-program. In lane 2, we have Godwin Matthias from Ireland. In lane 3, Jonathan Klaas from Herentals. In lane 4, Bram van der Jacht from the Netherlands. In lane 5, Giorgiani Gari from the Netherlands. In lane 6, Hendrik Moreno Corporan from the Netherlands. In lane 7, Lucas Knut from Roeselare. And in lane 8, from France, Chris Goupond. Fastest athlete in this heat is Giorgiani Gari from the Netherlands. Has a personal best on 23:28 in lane 5. Will he be able to run sub 23 today here in close to perfect circumstances with a hot day here in Belgium in the International Flanders Athletics meeting? A small tailwind will help these athletes get to their personal bests. Heat 14 of the pre-program. And it is Bram van der Jacht from the Netherlands who is leading. But also on the outside, Chris Goupond. And now Moreno Corporan coming close as well. But it is the outside, Chris Goupond taking a win in a 22:29. Big time for all plus 23 runners in this heat. Let's hope the times will be legal as the wind was blowing quite in their favor. 22:32 officially for Bram van der Jacht in lane 3, who took the win, same time as Chris Goupond in 22:32. Also Moreno Corporan 22:39 personal best. Godwin Matthias Ireland 23:02. Giorgia Nigari 23:05. Jonathan Klaas 23:18 and Lucas Knut 23:55. A plus 1.2 meter per second tailwind. So all legal favorable times. A 22:32 for Bram van der Jacht, 22:32 for Chris Guponde, 22:39 Enric Moreno Corporan. Some big times here in all the heats and very high level. If 14th heat won by a time of 22:32 just shows the high class of this entire competition. And in heat 15, we have in lane 2, Alex Lee from Ireland. In lane 3, Lars Kovaerts from Loise. In lane 4, Pascal Pisercia from La Louvière. In lane 5, Aidan Lone. In lane 6, Rick Harmsen from the Netherlands. Lane 7, Milan de Hertog from Kortenberg. And in lane 8, Matthias Damdoum from France. Unfortunately, no Aidan Lone in this heat. So we have Lee, Govaerts, Pisercia, Harmsen, de Hertog, and Damdoum. Off to a good start in the second to last heat. And a very tight race. It looks like it's Milan de Hertog from Kortenberg next to Rick Harmsen fighting for the win in this 15th heat. Looks like Milan de Hertog will be taking the win in a 23:48. Has a personal best of 23:81. So this would be a personal best for him, 23:48 personal best. Also for Rick Harmsen, 23:50, 23:73 for Pistercia, season's best, 23:98 for Lars Kovaerts, Alex Lee, 24:17, and Matthias Damdoum, 24:34, 0.6 wins. So all times are legal. And again, a heat full of personal best and season's best. And then we'll head into our final heat of the men's 200 pre-program, heat 16. In lane 2, we have Guillaume Dominier from Excelsior. In lane 3, Mick Engels from Netherlands. In lane 4, Joseph Doherty from Ireland. In lane 5, Jocelyn Dussautio from France. In lane 6, Julien Breton from France as well. In lane 7, Luz Martin Ander from Spain. And in lane 8 from Ireland, Limar Luciano. Sixteenth and final heat of the 200-meter men pre-program in the International Flanders Athletics meeting. We have Dominier, Engels, Doherty, Dussautoir, Breton, Ander, and Luciano. Inside lanes, Dominier and Mick Engels are fast getaway, but it is Limar Luciano in the outside from Ireland with Luz Martin Ander from Spain fighting for the win. And it looks like the Spanish athlete will be taking the win with a 22:91. Very happy with that. You can see a big smile from the Spanish athlete. Had a registered time of 24:01. So big improvement there. A 22.93, a 23.04 for Limad Luciano, 23.28 for Guillaume Dominier.
En dan voor Dominique
Mick Engels 23.61, Julien Breton 23.71, Jocelyn Dussautoir 23.89, and Joseph Doherty 26.01. That were the 16 pre-program heats. Be sure to tune in at 6:30 tonight for the main program of the 200-meter men. And because of the little problem we had with the starting blocks during the 200-meter women, we have a little bit of a delay. Hopefully we can catch up the delay as we head into the 100-meter hurdles for the women pre-program. We will have 4 heats pre-program, as then later on we will have the finals for all these women who qualify for the finals. In the first heat, we will have from the Netherlands in lane 1, Miro Vlasman. She is a junior athlete and she is trying to qualify for the European Junior Championships with a qualification standard of 13.69. She's also the national under-20 champion in 60-meter hurdles. In lane 2, we will have Angel Aguazi from Belgium. She's running for Olympic SMB Halle. In lane 3, we have Mallory Kululi from the United Kingdom. In lane 4, we will have Jade Barber. She has a personal best of 12.72, season best of 12.81. Was a semifinalist for the USA Track and Field Championships. In lane 5, we will have Anne Zagré, our Belgian record holder, 9-time Belgian champion in the 100-meter hurdles. A personal best of 12.71, ran a season's best of 13.18 so far, and is chasing the world championship standard of 12.78. In lane 6 is Karen Lux from France. She is chasing a 13.30 standard for World Championships, for European under 23 championships, as she is still a under 23 athlete. Amber van den Bos will be joining them in lane 7. She also is a under 23 athlete. She won a bronze medal on the Flemish Championships and is also chasing that 13.30 standard for the European under 23 championships in Espoo. Later on today, they will be running the finals for this event. So there are no direct qualifiers, just the 8 fastest times who will qualify for the final later on today. So in heat 1, we have Miro Vlasman from the Netherlands chasing that 13:69 for the European Junior Championships. Angela Guazzi from Belgium in lane 2. Mallory Cooley from the United Kingdom. Jade Barber from the United States with for Belgium, for Royal Excelsior, Anza Greor, 9-time national champion and national record holder. Karen Lux from France in lane 6, and Amber van den Bos also chasing a 13:30 standard for a under 23 championships in lane 7. Eight fastest women in these 4 heats qualify for the final later on today. Special attention to Jade Barber in lane 4 and Anza Gray in lane 5. Good start, and it's Jade Barber from the USA who's fastest out of the blocks, but Anza Gray has a strong race and is looking to overtake. Very close race between Jade Barber and Anza Gray. Anza Gray takes the win in a 12:96, new season's best for her. She ran a 13:18 earlier this season, so a 12:96 for her. And it's Jade Barber who took the win. 12:99 for Anza Gray. Season's best for her. Angela Guazzi, 13:58, also a season's best. Amber van den Bos, 13:61, does another 300s out of her PB. 13:75 for Mallory Cluley. 13:80 for Karen Lux and 13:91 for Miro Vlasman, a personal best, getting closer to that European qualifying standards.
En we kunnen toch nog een persoonlijke wedstrijd bevestigen voor Amber van den Bos. Komt van 1364.
In lane 1, we have Lucy McGlynn, a junior athlete from Ireland. In lane 2, Loras Bouwers from Racing Gent. In lane 3, Ina Mille from Flanders Athletics. In lane 4, Awaseni from France. In lane 5, Jenna Blundell from the United Kingdom. In lane 6, Kira Holt from the United Kingdom. In lane 7, Lynn Beck from Lira Leerse. And in lane 8, Alexandra Morton from Brabant Wallon. Also here, Jenna Blundell is a under-23 athlete looking to qualify for the European Championships and needs a 13:25 qualifying standard. She is a semi-finalist in the European Under-20 Championships. Kira Holt is a junior athlete. She needs a 13:70 to qualify for the European Junior Championships in Jerusalem. So pay close attention to the British athletes trying to qualify for their respective European Championships. Also, the Belgian junior athlete Alexandra Morta in lane 8 needs a qualifier of 13:63 for a junior European Championships. A fast start of Awaseni will be taking the win here, but it's Kira Holt or Jenna Blundell coming very close to that 13:21 for Awaseni. And it will be a close second place for Kira Holt. So how Jenna Blundell in second is a 13:26. And Jenna Blundell needed a 13:25 to qualify, so she's only 100 away. Maybe she can get that time in the finals. Awaseni just won the heat in 13:23. Jenna Blundell 13:26. Lynn Beck 13:74. 13:82 for Loras Bouwers. Kira Holt had a 13:86. 13:91 for Ina Mille and Alexandra Mortan, 14:07. A personal best for Loras Bouwers and multiple seasons best for the Belgian athletes in this heat with a zero point 0.8 tailwind. Perfect conditions for these athletes. In Heat 3, we have in lane 1, Zita Steels from Hamme. In lane 2, Morgan de Jong from the Netherlands. In lane 3, Inge Bellemans from Roba. In lane 4, Neve O'Neill from Ireland. In lane 5, Lotte de Voer from Waasland. In lane 6, Sarah Roggeman from Lokeren. And in lane 7, Zita Goossens from Deinze. Heat 3 of the 100-meter hurdles pre-program. Steels, de Jong, Bellemans, O'Neill, de Voer, Roggeman en Goossens. And a good start from Lotte de Voer. She's leading the race, but also Morgan de Jong and Neve O'Neill in the inside. It will be Lotte de Voer taking the win. Very happy with a 13.95. First time below 14 seconds for her. Personal best 13.95. Neve O'Neill 14.14. Zita Goossens season's best with a 14.16. Sarah Roggeman personal best with a 14.24. Also Zita Steels with a 14.22 personal best. Inge Bellemans 14.38 and Morgan de Jong 14.50. So a lot of personal best and season's best for the Belgian athletes. 13.95 for Lotte de Voer, Neve O'Neill 14.14. In Heat 4, we have Laura McDonald in lane 1, in Lotte Phillips in lane 2, Nena de Koning lane 3, Tara Meijer lane 4, Zoe Ostrich lane 5, Steffi de Sager in lane 6, and Ange Lukubika in lane 7. So in the sport heat, we have McDonald, Phillips, de Koning, Meijer, Ostrich, de Sager, Lukubika. Heat 4, good start from Zoe Ostrich and also Steffi de Sager on the outside and Nena de Koning inside. Oh, and we have a fall there. Hopefully no injuries. A 14.24.
Ostrich dan het snelste vandoor in deze race. En dat wachten wie deze race.
Zoe won her heat in 14.26. Registered with a time of 14.49. And Steffi de Sager is 14:34 for Nena de Koning, a 14:50 for Steffi de Sager. Personal bests, also personal best for Lotte Philip 15:07, 15:22 for Ange Lukubika. Laura McDonald 16:06, and unfortunately the fall of Tara Meyer. So a win for Zoe Ostrich in this heat with a 14:26 is 1.5 meter per second tailwind. Eight fastest times will be qualifying for the final, and that will be Jade Barber, Anzagre, Awasene, and Jenna Blundell, Angela Gwazi, Amber van den Bos, Lynn Beck, and Mallory Cluley. Those will be the 8 women qualifying for the final later today. And as the hurdles are being put on the male height and male distance, we look into the first heat of the men's 110-meter hurdles heat. In heat 1, we will have in lane 2 Koen Smet from the Netherlands. In lane 3, Tim Koster from the Netherlands. In lane 4, Liam van der Schaaf, also from the Netherlands. In lane 5, Eduardo Rodriguez from Brazil. In lane 6, Amin Bouanani from Algeria. In lane 7, Job Geerts from the Netherlands. And in lane 8, Mark Heide from the Netherlands. As you can notice, we have a very strong competitive field of Dutch hurdlers here with us in Oordegem today. Brazilian athlete Eduardo Rodriguez ran the Olympic Games in Tokyo and also ran a semi-final on the World Championships in Eugene. Has a personal best of 13:27. The Algerian athlete in lane 6, Amin Bouanani, is a 2-time national champion, also ran the semifinals on the World Championships in Eugene and won the African Championships in 2019. No Michael Obasui from Belgium today, unfortunately, had to pull out. And then we have a lot of young Dutch men, Job Geerts, Tim Koster. They're looking also Mark Heide, all under 23 athletes, all looking for the European qualifying standard of 14:10. All have a personal best or season's best that's below that, so we're not sure if they already qualified, and they're looking to confirm their qualification here with a pause time. Also, Koen Smet, a 13-time national champion for the Netherlands in this heat. So we have a very strong competitive field for the first heat of the 110-meter hurdles men. So heat one of the 110-meter hurdles pre-program heats. Later on, they will have a final in lane 2, Koen Smet from the Netherlands. In lane 3, Tim Koster from the Netherlands. In lane 4, Liam van der Schaaf, Netherlands. Lane 5, Eduardo Rodriguez, Brazil. Lane 6, Amini Bouanani from Algeria. In lane 7, Job Geers from the Netherlands. And lane 8, Mark Heide from the Netherlands. And the first heat is off. It's on the inside. Koen Smet with a fast start, but then Eduardo Rodriguez Brazilian athlete, taking the win in a 13:59.
Nemen van 3,3 meter per seconde.
A big tailwind, 13:59 for Eduardo Rodrigues, Brazil. Brazilian athlete. Tim Koster, 13:73. Koen Smet, 13:75.
Die wordt weer derde met
En de regie.
13:76 voor Job Geerts en 13:18 voor Liam van der Schaaf. Fortunately, no Amin Bouanani from Algeria or Mark Hedden at the starting line. So, as mentioned before, Tim Koster and Job Geerts both running below that 14:10. They required to qualify for European Under-23 Championships. Heat 2, we have in lane 2, Lambert Fournier from Canada, a junior running on the high hurdles. In lane 3, Matthew Bihan from Ireland. In lane 4, Edson Gomez from Portugal. Lane 5, Cameron Fillery from the United Kingdom. In lane 6, Nolan van Kouwenberg from Anno. In lane 7, Jared O'Donnell in Ireland. And in lane 8, Ken Rototer from Estonia. Jared O'Donnell is a Masters athlete, is a 8-time national champion, has the national record for the under 35 for the 35 Masters athlete with a 15:85. Also to watch is Estonian athlete Ken Rototer, is a under 23 athlete, ran the semi-final on the 110-meter hurdles in the European Championship under 18 back in 2018, and also ran in Tallinn 2 years ago in the European under 23 Championships. Cameron Fillery is the fastest man in this heat, has a personal best of 13:16.68. And Edson Gomez has a personal best of 13:83, ran the hurdles 4 years ago in the under 23 championships in Gable. He too with Fournier, Behan, Gomez. Good start of Edson Gomez, but also Cameron Fillery and Nolan van Kouwenberg. And it is Cameron Fillery taking the win in a 13:85, close to his personal best. 13:84 for him. Nolan van Kouwenberg 13:91. Edson Gomez for 14:04. Jared O'Donnell 14:26. Matthew Behan 14:35. Ken Rototer 14:84. And Lambert Fournier 15:24. Had some mishaps with the hurdles along the way. Also here, there will be the 8 fastest times qualifying for the finals. Those 8 fastest times so far are from Eduardo Rodrigues, Tim Koster, Koen Smet, Job Geerts, Liam van der Schaaf, Cameron Fillery, Nolan van Kouwenberg, and Edson Gomez with a 14:04. So the time to beat to get in the finals is the 14:04 from Edson Gomez. Third and final heat of the 110-meter hurdles pre-program. The heat in lane 1 from France, Leo Chauchard. In lane 2 from Ukraine, Nazar Stepanov. In lane 3 from Greece, Valentinos Goularas. In lane 4, Robin Goossens from Kagens. In lane 5 from the Netherlands, Guus Nijkamp. In lane 6 from the Netherlands, Sam Versluis. In lane 7 from Excelsior, Dylan Kati. And in lane 8 from France, Mamadou Ndaye. Fastest man in this heat is Guus Nijkamp in lane 5 with a personal best of 14:42. Also Sam Versluis from the Netherlands with a 14:47. Let's see if they can get to a personal best here today in this third heat of the heats of this pre-program, trying to qualify for the finals. You need a 14:04 to beat the 8th fastest time. Third and final heat of the 110-meter hurdles. Off to a good start. And a fast start on lane 3, Valentinos Goularas. But also Dylan Kati in lane 7. And now on the inside, Nazar Stepanov from Ukraine taking the win here. A 14:29. The Ukrainian athletes from AV Toekomst, Nazar Stepanov, a 14:29, and a Dylan Kati ran a 14:41 in front of Valentinos Goularas from Greece, a 14:42. Guus Nijkamp, 14:68, just in front of Sam Versluis with a 14:69. Robin Goossens with a 14:76. And Leo Chauchard, a 14:94. And Mamadou Ndaye, 15:09. That means that all qualifiers for the final will come out of those first two heats. The 5 competitors in the first heat, joined by the fastest 3 of heat 2. So Rodriguez, Koster, Smet, Geerts, Van der Schaaf, Hillary van Kouwenbergen, and Gomez qualify for the final later on today. And after all this sprinting events, it's time to go to the middle long distance and have the first series of the 800-meter pre-program. Heats will be quite full as we have a lot of competitors today running the 800 meters. We have a total of 9 heats pre-program. For the first heat, we will have in lane 1 Lena Sola from France, in lane 2 Aksana Schaverbeke from Meetjesland, and Camille Precard from France as well. In lane 3 Maaike van der Kruijsen from Zuidwest and Rada Fiedler from Germany. In lane 4 Louis de la Mare from the Netherlands and Agathe Delahaut from France. In lane 5, Marie Munchot from France as well. Lane 6, René Crotty from Ireland and Lea Tabari from France. Lane 7, Camille Raron from France and Paula Terhorst from Germany. Pacing the seat will be Chloe van der Meulen from Racing Gent, who already ran the 400 meters earlier today. Women to watch: junior René Crotty, junior athlete, trying to get the B standard for the European Championships under 23, which is a 2:07:40. She has a personal best, ran this season with a 2:08:76. Also in this heat is a sixth in the French Indoor Championships with Agathe Delahoutre, has a personal best of 2:06:77. Louise Delamar, the under 23 Dutch athlete, has a personal best of 2:09:80, was fourth in the national championships indoor in 800 meters. So definitely good on a fast race. Also, Rada Fiedler has a seventh place on the German indoor championships. And those will be some of the athletes to watch in this heat. Fastest of this heat with the quickest personal best is Marie Muncho with a personal best of 2:08:52. First heat of the 800-meter women pre-program. One of 9 heats.
In deze race overdag hebben we tot één kamerlid voor junior.
Full heat with 14 athletes. Very full pack, being led by pace Chloe van der Meulen. I'm looking for a time around 2:07 for these women. Some juniors and under 23 athletes trying to qualify for their European Championships, and also a lot of girls are looking for an improvement of their personal best, obviously. And they passed their first 400 meter in 61:50, just below the 62 seconds. Pace hopping in there. And she lets the pack run the rest of the 800. And this first heat was won by Marie Munchot from France, 2:07:53. She had a best time registered here of 2:08:52. And then we are already setting up for the second heat of the 800-meter pre-program women with Augustine Hakje in lane 1, in lane 2, Lana Rijkaard and Miley Bogui in lane 3, Liana Kalmels en Tina Miletic in lane 4, Nora van de Kerkhoven en Brit Roos in lane 5, Chloé Poitvin in lane 6, Flavie Dambry en Tisha Brown in lane 7, Caroline Bodine en Amal Alroumi in lane 8, Isaura Rossard and Celia Robin from France. And they're off in the second heat. And it is the athlete from Waasland, the Belgian girl Isaura Rossard, that will be pacing this second heat. All girls have a PB of a 2:10, 2:11, so we're looking at a pace around that 2:10. And they will be passing the first lap in an intermediate time of 63:64 after 400 meters. So perfectly paced to get that 2:10. And pace is leaving to the outside of the track soon. And now we can see the big pack of athletes still quite close together. All have a personal best around that 2:10, 2:11. And let's see if one of these girls can break free from the group and win this heat, this second heat of the pre-program. Second heat in a time of 2:08:17. Meanwhile, I'll give you the times of the first heat. That was won by Marie Muncho from France in 2:07:53. Agathe Deloutre, 2:07:75. Maaike van der Kruijsen, 2:08:38. Lois Delamare, 2:08:44. Lea Tabari, 2:09:38. Camille Raron, 2:10:12. Lena Stolla, 2:10:35. Aksana Schaverbeke, 2:10:35. Paula Terhoort, 2:10:90. Rada Fiedler, 2:12:60. René Crotti, 2:13:37. And we know that the second heat was won by Flavie Dombry in a 2:08:19. Which would have been a third place in the other heat, in the first heat, as we set up for the third heat with, in the third heat, Chiara Sluipers, Anneke Bauer, Ike Maurits, Elise Peisson, Mayan David, Margot Dosch, Julie Gamin, Myrte Bate, Julie Bonardi, Ambre Valmorin, Hanna Enkels, Laura Henneron, Haifa Darshoen, and Loike Vierendeels, who will be pacing the pack here from lane 8. All these athletes have a personal best around 2:12, 2:13. So we're looking at a pace around 64, 65 after 400 meters from Loike. Meanwhile, results from the second heat, which was won by Flavie Dombry, 2:08:19. Miley Baguy, who had 2:09:50. Lana Rijkaard, 2:09:80. Tisha Braum, 2:09:87. Tina Miletic, 2:10:05. Augustine Haquet, 2:10:12. Celia Robin, 2:10:38. And Leana Kalm, Chloe Potvin, 2:10:92. Leana Kalmels, 2:10:98. Loike, who is leading the third heat for a 63. Tashum is very interested in running faster than what the pace was required to run. So a very fast 400 meters, a 63, which is a faster pace than that they had in the second heat earlier on. Haifa Tarchun is leading this race. Other girls trying to close in. And we're just at 2 minutes right now. So how close can she get to her personal best? 2:13:22 is what she registered for. So it's a 2:08:84, which is again very fast for the third heat in this pre-program. With this fourth heat of the pre-program underway, I'll give you the times of heat 2. Was won by Flavie Dombry in a 2:8:19, Mai Begel 2:09:50, Lana Rekar 2:09:80, Tisha Braum 2:09:87, Tina Miletic 2:10:05, Augustine Hake 2:10:12, Celia Robert 2:10:38, Chloe Potvin 2:10:92, Leana Kalmels 2:10:98, Britt Roos 2:11:33, Amal Alroumi 2:11:45, Nora van de Kerkhoven 2:11:90, and Caroline Bodinet 2:13:25. As we are watching the fourth heat gets to the final 200 meters of their race. We'll have the result of heat 3, which was run by Haifa Tartun in a 2:08:87, Anna Gebauer in a 2:10:71, Ambre Valmorin 2:11:01, Elise Pesson 2:11:38, Mayan David 2:11:76, Hannah Enkels 2:12:39, Ilke Maurits 2:12:52, Mirte Bate 2:13:13, Laura Henneron 2:13:24, Julie Bonardi 2:14:92, Margot Dosche 2:16:72, Julie Gamin 2:20:69, and Chiara Sleuper 2:25:25. Heat 4 was won in 2:12:72 unofficially. Very full races for these 3 series. And while we're waiting on the times of Heat 4, we already have Heat 5 underway. Heat 5 will be paced by Lisa van Rentergem. Women to watch are local Jolijn de Rocker and Ilke de Vlieger. Favorite to win this race is Amber de Wijns, has the best personal best of 2:15:10, together with Noémie Vermeers from France with a 2:14. Amelie Sonville pacing this heat with favorites in this heat. Lea Skutner, Eugenie Baranco, and Ange Victoria Calabout. Results from Heat 4 was won by Pip Pauzinga from the Netherlands in 2:12:73. Second was Noémie Vermeers in a 2:13:32. Margot Devin 2:13:43. Rosalie Freulet 2:14:70. Emeline Delaville 2:14:74. Marie-Élise Denis 2:15:06. Mintouba 2:16:77. Maud de Pas 2:17:16. Ilke de Vlieger 2:17:74. Jolijn de Rocker 2:18:39. And Sophie van der Wouwe 2:19:66. While we are watching the final 150 meters of this fifth heat in the pre-program 800 meter.
Dan wordt u vergeleken met het begin van de wedstrijd de groep even lastig.
And it's Janne Bikker from Abes who's just being surpassed. This heat was won in a 2:15.19 unofficially. Janne Bikker, who was leading this fifth heat for quite some time, just got surpassed on the finish line. And heat 5 was won by Nina Miletic, the German athlete, with a 2:15.20 in front of Janne Bikker in a 2:15.55. For heat 6, we have competing voor de Demer Marie Tijdgat, voor Rima Flora Vergoten, voor Rima Petra Bruggeman, voor White Star. Voor White Star Manon Pichavant, voor Rime Janne Vergoten, voor France Jadekire, voor France Magdalena Helia, voor the United Kingdom Jasmine Lucas, voor Geraardsbergen Lisa Liebrecht, voor Israel Gilly Zinger, voor Eendrachtaalst Anna Ornelis, voor France Juliette Gavois, voor Eendrachtaalst Esther Kallebout en pacing this heat for Kagen will be Jenna de Smet. Results of the previous heat was won by Nina Miletic in a 2:15.20, Janne Bikker a 2:15.55, Alison De Bouvet 2:16.33, Noémie Lebrun 2:16.40, Ange Victoria Callebout 2:17.42, Fiona Bruno 2:17.43, Lea Skutner 2:17.83, Eva Boussin 2:18.01. And it's Jenna de Smet pacing this heat in front of the local girls. Marie Tijdgat and Anna Ornelis. And the pace is going at a really good pace, really opening up that pack in a long line. A 66 first 400 meter, and she's still pushing through. And now that Jenna de Smet is leaving the race as a pace, it's Marie Tijdgat who is leading this race. She has a personal best of 2:19.22, looking to improve on that as a junior. But Marie Tijdgat is being surpassed by two other athletes, and they are fighting over the win in this sixth pre-series in the pre-program of the 800 meters women. A 2:15.83 for this sixth pre-series. And the sixth heat was won by the girl from IJsriem, Belgium, Vergoten, in a personal best of 2:15.84. Janne Vergoten. Apologize, Flora Vergoten won this race in a 2:15.84 as we make up, clear up the track again for the seventh heat of this 800-meter pre-program with, from France, Lison Ferretti, from Zuidwest, Julie Mullier, from Bertrie, Lucie Lothaire, from France, Marie Vahak, from Kortrijk, Michel Debal, from France, Claire Aubery, from Israel, Yael Chauvel, from Riwa, Clarence de Veve, Eendracht Aalst, Hannelore Heijmans, from France, Pauline Berthaud, from the Netherlands, Manon Stringa, from Daring Club Leuven, Hanna op Teinde, from France, Cyrielle Gaillot, and from Vlierzele Sportief pacing this heat, Britt de Gusseme. Live results of these heats are found on atletiek.nu. I'll give you the final results of the Series 5 that we didn't get to yet. So we had Lea Skutner to 1783, Eva Boussin to 1801, Eugénie Baranco to 1831, Celestine Kos to 1845, Maëlys Gravier to 1858, Bo van Aarde to 2148, and Closier to 2192. And it's Britt de Gusseme pacing this seventh heat after 400 meters. And it's the athlete from Aalst, Hannelore Heijmans, who is leading this race. Is now being passed by some of the young athletes. And the seventh heat is won in 2:18.15. By Julie Mullier. While I give you the times of the sixth heat. Personal best for the sisters Vergoten. I'll have to give you the times of the sixth series a little bit later while I'll present the competitors of Heat 8. Dieuke Laleman from Molleland, Luna Gonzalez from France, Lihi Kravitz from Israel, Isis Levels from the Netherlands, Lieselot Bossuet from Zuidwest, Eline de Keuster from France, Céline Kalms from Luxembourg, Capucine Palico from France, Manon van de Wijnendalen from Vlierzele Sportief, Julia Tichone from Luxembourg, Pauline Gonsois from France, Tiffany Langlois from France, Carole Kill from Luxembourg, and Lise Quintelier pacing this eighth heat of the pre-program, second to last heat. 8 and second to last heat of this 800-meter pre-program, paced by Lies Quintelier in the outside lane. Favorites for this heat is Luna Gonzalez from France with a personal best of 2:21.05, but also Lieselot Bosset with a 2:21.06 is one of the favorites to win this heat. And we see a 400 meters in a 66 lap time, even faster than the pace intended to be. So pace is leading that second pack. Our athlete in front is motivated to run a very quick time here. A 2:15.39 to win this 8th free program. It's faster than some of her previous competitors. One heat 7 was won in 2:18.16, so outperforming the heat in front of her. I still owe you the times of heat 6 and heat 7 in the meantime. So heat 6 was won by Janne Vergoten in a 2:15.84, just in front of sister Flora Vergoten in a 2:15.86. Marie-Tijd gaat a 2:17.94, Petra Bruggeman 2:18.23. Lisa Liebrecht 2:18.62, Esther Calabau 2:18.76, Anna Ornelis 2:19.17, Jade Kire 2:19.47, Magdalena Helias 2:19.71, Jasmine Lucas 2:20.14, Juliette Gavois 2:20.40, Manon Pichavant 2:20.44, and Julie Zinger 2:20.68. As for the results of Heat 7, was won by Julie Mullier with a 2:18.16. Cyril Gaillot was second in a 2:18.22. Lucie Lothaire 2:19.64. Michelle Debal 2:20.77. Hannelore Heijmans 2:21.01.02. Clarence De Veve 2:21.18. Manon Stringa 2:21.51. Claire Aubry 2:21.55. Pauline Bertro 2:23.11. Yael Chauvel 2:23.33. Mariva Heck 2:23.49. And Hannah op het einde 2:36.35. As we head into the final heat of this pre-program 800-meter women, run by Ruby Goossens from Lebbeke, Tessa van Goetem from Scola, Lola Kelef-Charlon from France, Manon Saliba France, Loreto Pachot from Spain, Lea Galaran France, Anouk de Smet from Veerzel Sportief, Lise Musseli from AS Rime, Carla Viard from France, Lea Bissio from France, and Jenna de Smet pacing this heat. Results of Heat 8. And that was won by Carol Kill in 2:15.41 before Céline Counts, both from Luxembourg, in 2:17.58. Eileen de Keuser from France, 2:18.74. Capucine Paliko from France, 2:19.05. Lidl Kravitz from Israel, 2:20.97. Isis Levels, 2:21.07. Julia Ciccone to 21:59. Pauline Gansois to 22:0. Mano van de Wijnendalen to 23:90. Tiffany Langlois to 23:97. Lieselot Bossert to 25:83. And Luna Gonzalez to 26:03. Diuke Laleman to 29:04. This race is being led by Ruby Goossens from Lebbeke. Far in front, 20 to 30 meters in front of the rest of the pack. And I think it's the athlete from Lebbeke, Ruby Goossens, who is leading this race. It's hard to see from this point of view who is winning this race, so I apologize. That this race was won in a 2:21:70 unofficially.
Hij is aan het lopen.
2:01:70 for the ninth and final heat. The ninth and final heat was won by Manon Saliba in 2:21:71 in front of Lea Bissio in 2:23:16. Lola Kelap-Charlon in 2:23:37. While we make ourselves ready for the 800-meter men pre-program. We have 9 heats. It's a very full program. I apologize. There will be 17 heats of 800-meter men pre-program, not 9 like there were in the women, but 17 heats for the men. In the first heat, we have Hugo Monnier. We have Benjamin Aber, Marco Otten, Florian Creans, Hannes Braunstein, Matti Stange, Leandre Lalin, Stijn van Nieuwenhoven, Rafael Oreo, Maxime Brzezinski, Brian Versluis, Jack Kelly, Yannis van Landuit, and it being paced by Joris Stroobans in lane 8. Favorite to win this heat might be Leandre Lalin with the only personal record below 150. So these guys are looking at a pace sub 150, very high level to be a pre-program heat. So we cannot wait to see what the main program 800 meter has for us as we are watching these men run their first 200 meter pace by Jori. Hugo Monnier following the pace in a very close. And there was a time of 55. So it will be a very tough time to run a 150 with that split in 400 meters. Jori pacing them all the way through 500, still pushing everything he has to get these guys to a fast time. Pace for 550 meters, so now it's Hugo Monnier who needs to... Brzezinski in second now. And it is Matti Stange from Molenland who is trying to move up, trying to get to Maxim Brzezinski, who is still leading. Matti Stange trying to take the win of this first heat in the pre-program in a 150-20. So a very even split between the first 400 meters and the second 400 meters. (150-22) for Matti Stange, winning this first heat. A personal best for him in front of Maxim Brzezinski, 150-33. Also a personal best for him. Well, I give you the final times of the women's pre-program of Heat 9. And they still have to wait a little bit as they are not fully online yet. In the meantime, I'll present you the competitors of Heat 2 of the men pre-program. Flavie Dombry, Mai Baguy. Sorry, that's the previous heat. Heat 2 will be with Edmond Boudot, Pierre Carlier, Jibril Fall, Rob van den Boogaard, Saint-Pierre Gomez, Peter Kilgannon, Guillaume Lachaud-Coute, Michael Calvaromo, Thomas Lewis, Baptiste Leblanc, Ryan Rebega, Wart Leunkens, Emile Hayay, Dan Putnam, and Aurélien Voudois. Dan Putnam, we saw him already in the pre-program running the 400 meters, so he will be pacing this heat. Ran a fabulous personal best in that pre-program 400 meter, so he will be the pace of this second heat. Favorite to win this heat might be Pierre Carlier with a 150-73, but also Rob van den Boogaard, who won the Flemish Championships 10 days ago in a 150-80. But this pace will be very, very hard. They are getting a 52 pace. And we see that in the meantime, we can see some results of the first heat on your screen. Personal best for Stange there. All other times you can check out on the screen while we watch the second heat of the 800 meters. It's being led.
Het hulp die je net aanraakt.
And they're all closing in on the men in the lead. And it will be a 150-12 win for this second heat. And will be a personal best for the winner of this race, as none of the competitors have run this time before. In Heat 3 of the 800-meter pre-program, we will be seeing at the starting line Justin Martineau from France, Christian Byron from Great Britain, Kyle Moorhead from Ireland, Max van der Lucht from the Netherlands, Matthijs van Schalk from the Netherlands, Florian Kremke from Switzerland, and Neil Koolheen from Ireland, Hugo Dalla Libera from France, Samir Joep from France, Luc Hengsten from Luxembourg, Enzo Legendre from Dampicourt, Yanis David from France, Oisin Lynch from Ireland, Naufel Oekal from France, and Matthias van Gestel from Herentals. Favorite in this heat, we're looking at Kyle Moorhead from Ireland, who has a 1:52.02, but we have some 1:51 runners. So another close pack. Matthias van Gestel will be doing the pacing for this heat, as we see a tight pack coming out of that first curve and coming to that inside lane, being led by Matthias van Gestel. A 54 seconds first lap, 54.55. And still leading that pack, our pace, stepping in at the 500 meter, letting the rest of them power through in this third heat of the pre-program, third of 17 pre-program heats. So a lot of good runners here today in International Flanders Athletics meeting. And a 2:51.42. Very close to their personal best in this third heat. And it was Neil Colhane who won this heat in 1:51.44 in front of Max van der Lucht in a 1:51.54. And in third place, Naufel Oekal in a 1:52.06. Well, we look at heat 4 of this pre-program 800 meter with Lennart Lindström, Benoit Mollet, Pierre-Louis Cadar, Joseph Couchnet, Nando Kramer, Seb Wals, Simon Descamps, Terence Dursan, Niklas Harsi, Jan-David Ridder, Nathan Quentin, Jean-Louis Bourrique, Giel de Kremer, Joseph Hastings, and Sebastien Lins leading this pack as a pace for the fourth heat in the pre-program. And the fourth heat is underway. Paced by Sebastien Lins, who already ran the 400 meter in the pre-program earlier. All athletes have a personal best between 1:52 and 1:53. So also they will be looking at a time of 55 to split their 800 meter. And a big acceleration at the end of this fourth heat in A2, 51.14. It's a big personal best also, as none of these competitors have run sub 152. And while we await the fifth heat of this 800 meters, I'll give you some times of the previous heats. From heat 1, Matistanga 150.22, Maxim Brzezinski 150.33, Rafael Oro 150.36, Leandre Lalin 150.65, Florian Créance 151.18, Marco Otten 151.30, Hugo Monnier 151.45, Benjamin Aber 152.16, Hannes Brouwstaan 152.28, Jack Kelly 152.70, Brian Versluis 152.85, and Stan van Nieuwenhoven 155.09. For Heat 2, we had a win from Edmond Boudot with a 150.14, Tryon Rebega 150.51, Peter Kilganon 150.61, Emil Hayai 150.71, Mikel Romo 150.96, Pierre Carlier 150.99, Gibril Fall 151.06, Baptiste Leblanc 151.73, Wart Leunkens 152.20, Aurélien Vaudois 152.32, Thomas Lewis 152.49, Guillaume Lachaud-Coutier 153.22, and Rob van den Boogaard 153.39. We're still waiting on some times of the heats after that. While we have heat 5. Heat 5 being paced by Sander Bibat, who ran the 400 meter earlier as well. He will be facing the fifth heat, who all have personal bests around 153. So looking for that time below 153 for this heat. A 55 split on 400 meters and letting the rest of the pack continue their second 400 meters. In eighth position, we have the only Belgian athlete of this competition, Wout de Wagenere. He is slipping to the back of the field while we are watching the athletes come into the final straightaway in the last 60 meters to go now. 4 people who are still able to win this heat, and it's maybe on the inside coming through. It's on the outside, a 153.60. We apologize for the delay in results. The 800-meter heats are going in a crazy pace also for our timing people. So some of the heats are being ran while they are saving the photo finish picture. One person is working to get the times of the one heat while the other one is timing the second one, so we can get the tempo of this competition going and we can run a bit of that delay. We can return it to the normal schedule. So sometimes we have a little delay on those times, but they will certainly be online soon. Winner of the fifth heat was Maxence du Coulombier. He won in a 1:53.60 in front of Yanis Lemouloir, 1:53.61, and Maxwell Coulen, 1:53.73. Ryrie Casey, 1:53.86. Axel Alnesborg, 1:53.90. Max Perez Diaz, 1:54.15. Tijmen Hoetjes, 1:54.80. Tom Recht, 1:55.01. And then we're looking into the competitors of Heat 6. Paul Gulzinski, Amadeo Cortes Leclou, Brice Rodriguez, Timeo Cambo Pinot, Alex Ferrand, Ben Cleven, Henri Stukkerman, Samuel Jones, Julius Utela, Yannick Ferber, Thomas Delestre, André Reuling, Finn Boyle, and Ruben Allard pacing this sixth heat. Results from the rest of that fifth heat. Tijmen Hoetjes 1:54.80, Tom Recht 1:55.01, Wouter Wagenaar 1:55.27, Renaud Segar 1:55.92, Damien Remondi 1:56.35, and Maël Kissap 1:56.43. I can also give you the times of the second heat, but already had those. We're waiting for the results of Heat 3 and Heat 4. They are still figuring out the times of the photo finish for those heats. Some close finishes means a lot of work for the people in the timing office. So please be patient to have those results before we watch the sixth heat of the 800-meter pre-program men. And we're off in this 16th of the pre-program. Ruben Allard will be leading the pack here, will be pacing this sixth heat in the International Flanders Athletic Meetings pre-program for the 800-meter men. Personal best around this time is in this heat is 1:53.98 of Henri Stukkerman, the German athletes. All other athletes have a personal best around 1:54. So we'll be looking at a pace of a 55 split to get to those times of a 1:53, 1:54. Samuel Jones, but also Ben Clavin trying to win this race. And Andre Roling, the German athlete, in a 1:54.20. Had a personal best of 1:54.33. So small personal best for him there, winning this sixth heat of the pre-program. 1:54.20 for Andre Roling. Jennifer Ferber, 1:54.61. The German junior. For Heat 7, we have Fabrice Rijland from Luxembourg and Mathis Rodrigue from France. Aligamantas Zemaitaitis from Lithuania, Louis Gard from France, Corneel Wekers from de Demer. Yusuf Allen from Denmark, Nelson Dakouri from France, David Kelly from Ireland, Isaac de Bust from France, Parker Constant from the Netherlands, Quentin de Fer from France, Julien Rekovic from France, Quinten van Delft from the Netherlands, and Warre de Pauw pacing this heat from Meetjesland. The result of the sixth heat so far: Samuel Jones became the third person to cross the finish line in a 1:55 flat. And we are waiting for the rest of the results.
"57 seconds after 400 meters. In this 7th series of 800 meters men pre-program. Just before the final turn, the initiative has been taken.
Maar nog eerste dag is hij heel sterk groot. Zeker de achterrechte lijn.
Mooi
1:53.16. Corneel Wekers, local athlete. Right now, the athletes of the 8 series are preparing for their start. Belgian athletes in this series, Thibaut van den Bussen, Jeroen Leijsenaar, Stenne van Obel. They respectively start from lane 4, lane 5 and lane 6. Best performance, lane 5, 1:54.83. This being the final event of the pre-program, the 800 meters men was still enjoying an incredible weather for athletic performances. From lane 1, an athlete representing Luxembourg, Fabrice Reland. Also in this series, France. France starting in lane 2, together with Lithuania. Danish representation in lane 4, joined with a French athlete, Aline Ensdakuri. Lane 5, with Kelly from Ireland. The Luxembourg athlete in lane 1 started out very confidently, and he will be the one joining the pace. Fabrice Reiland, the Luxembourgian, in the thread of the pace. About 56 for 400 meters in his 8th series.
Het is nu de marathon samen met Julien en Monte. Die nu de positie ook mega. Zie je dat iemand die nu ook aan het opgeven is?
Competing in heat number 9 for Belgium, Eendrachtaalse Robin Soetens, from Ireland, Lee Barn, from AV Toekomst, Wim Beckers, from France, Enzo Vassalucci, from Lira Lierse, Mats Vervoort, from Ireland, Stephen Holland, from Kagen, Sam Serrano, from Eendrachtaalst, Renu de Samlan, from France, Jean-Baptiste Offray, from France as well, Nicolas Vespier, from White Star, Thibault Lièvre, from France, Aurélien Dries, from Dille, Edouard Simon, from France, Alexandre Gorin, and pacing in this heat will be Gilles Vleumans from Roba. And I can give you some temporary results. Heat 7 was won by the Lithuanian athletes Algimantas in 1:53.16. Corneel Wekers got in a second place there. Favored to win this 9th heat. All people having a personal best around 1:55. So fastest in this heat is the athlete from AV Toekomst, Wim Beckers. Has a personal best of 1:55.57. Some other athletes, like the French athlete Jean-Baptiste Offray, has a 1:55.72 personal best. So we're looking at that 1:55 pace. In this heat, we have pace Gilles Vleumans with behind him Sam Serrano. He's closest to the pace, but also Renu de Samlan and Edouard Simon also in the front of this race together with Sam Serrano. Pace is going out of the race at the 500 meters, so the last 300 meters is Sam Serrano, but now Edouard Simon from Deal taking over the lead of this race with a little over 600 meters to go, hitting that final 200 meter. Jean-Baptiste Offray trying to get the lead from Edouard Simon. Jean-Baptiste Offray trying to get a win of this 9th heat. His personal best is a 1:55.72 and a 1:54.71, so a full second personal best. Also, Edouard Simon, very happy with his result there. 1.5 seconds below, 1.5 seconds under his personal best in this 800 meter heat 9. Competing in Heat 10 from the Netherlands, Gijs de Haan from and Saint-Pierre Gomez, Raf van den Broek from Atletiek Land van Aalst, Antoine Binia from France, Arne Boykens from Lebeke, Amir Sidali from Royal White Star, Guus van Kaneet from Flanders Athletics, Reindert van Akker van Westhoek, Mehdi Beral from France, Romaric Larue from France, Bryce Jordans from Arsh, Diego Rox from Serrain, Thomas van Wijngaarden from the Netherlands, and Valentin Cuvelier from France, and Quinten Lockefeer from Lebeke pacing this heat. Also ran a 400 meter in the pre-program in this heat, 10 of 17 in the pre-program 800 meter men. Results from Heat 7 was won by Algimantas Žemaitaitis from Lithuania, 153.16. Cornel Wekers, 153.84. Quinten van Delft, 154.39. Julien Rekovic from France, 154.43. Yusuf Alin, 154.76. Isaac de Bus, 154.78. Louis Kaerts, 155.05. Mathis Rodrigue, 155.28. Parker Constant, 155.66. Fabrice Reiland, 156.55. David Kelly, 156.85. Quentin de Fer, 156.90. And Nelson Dakouri, 157.68. Results from Heat 8 was won by Noah Holton in a 154.44. Barnabé Gabier, 154.74. Simon de Proot, 155.09. Robin de Haan, 155.30. Erik van der Meen, 156.13. Christophe Pieters, 156.20. Charlie Hospen, 156.38. Jeroen Leizenaar, 156.62. Thibaut van den Bussen, 156.74. Gauthier Bolto, 158.26. Siebe van Kampenhout, 158.44. Mary Dries, 158.48. En Remco Bos, 201.176. While we are watching this 10th heat, see a very fast pace of the leader of this race. And it's the final 200 meter for Saint-Pierre Gomez leading this race. He has a personal best of 1:50.91. He will win this race by a big lead. Also has a PB of 1:50.91 and finishes here in a 1:53.69. Not really pleased with that, as we see the rest of the heat coming over the finish line. Results of Heat 9 in the meantime was won by Aurélien Dries in 1:54.73. Edouard Simon, 1:54.94. Sam Serrano, 1:55.53. Jean-Baptiste Offray, 1:55.97. Alex Gorin, 1:56.08. Thibaut Lelièvre, 1:56.21. Mats Vervoort, 1:56.33. Wim Beckers, 1:56.81. Stephen Holland, 1:58.18. Nicolas Vespier, 1:58.72. Renu de Samlan, 1:58.79. Robin Soetens, 2:0.33. Lee Byrne, 2:0.99. And Enzo Vazaluki, 2:01.31. The other results can also be checked on atletiek.nu. Atletiek.nu. In Heat 11 will be competing Pierre Delay from France, Alexandre Schiens from Serre, William van den Abele from La Louvière, Julien Bayard from Serre, Anthony Martin from France, Florian Fasquel from France, Ewan Pierre from France, Basile Delvoye from Ladille, Niels Peters from the Netherlands, Timon van Herwegen from Riemen, Ruben Dont from Gerardsbergen, Tom Duisings from Huy, Damien Dumont from Dampicourt, and Jordi van Lierde from Gerardsbergen will be pacing the heat. Heat 11 of 17 of the 800 meter men pre-program on the International Flanders Athletics meeting. All athletes in this heat have a personal best around 156, 157. So looking at a pace of that 155, 156 here to try and get that personal best. And the pace is getting out of that race at 450 meters. 300 meters to go. Ewan Pierre from France leading this race. But Niels Peters from the Netherlands trying to get this win. But it's Ewan Pierre in 156.71, just below his personal best by 7 hundredths. The 11th heat was won by Ewan Pierre in 156.74, just in front of Niels Peters in a 156.78, which is also a personal best for him. In Heat 12, we will have Benjamin Eon, Ruben Redant, Baptiste Erofus, Leon Koetsier, Alexander Lucien, Sebastiaan Horselenberg, Louis de Bruiker, Jesse Holten, Marius Monfils, Clément Torel, Wouter Verstokt, Mario Schibli, and Pieter van den Borne pacing this race. Heat 12 of 17 of the 800 meter men pre. 12th heat of the pre-program, as we see some fast starters. Louis de Bruiker from Kagent in front of the race. Also, pace Pieter van den Borne having to work to get to the front of the pack.
We zien in de voorgrond Tonel, Lucien. Dat heet van het eerste. Verstopt ook in vierde positie.
Clément Torel. Now it's the pace who gets in front of the pack.
Deed van Gent, de Bruiker.
12th heat all has athletes with a personal best just below or above 158. So trying to pace around that time of a 156, 157 pace. Pieter van den Borne stepping in there before they head into the final 300 meters. Clément Sorel being passed by Louis de Bruiker in a 156.83. So a personal best for him. Had a personal best before of a 157.66. So almost 1 full second. Competitors in heat 13 of this pre-program 800 meters. Koen Steenblok, Albert Tuscio, Rinus Jongers, Niels Ostijn, Its Peenstra, Jesse Klaus, Baptiste Legrand, Storm Vervloed, Simon Denetier, Jari Schoorlemmer, Mika Pikutski, Birgit Petersen. And the final two competitors of this heat, Vincent Kermarek and Levi Lambrecht, pacing this heat from Atletiek Land van Aalst. First lap in a 57-second split for all these men who have a personal best in 158, 159 range. It's Peenstra from the Netherlands. With Baptiste Legrand going to the lead. 120 meters to go. Hitting that final straight. Baptiste Legrand, personal best of 158.90. He will be winning this race, this 13th heat in a 157.26. Very happy with his result there. 157.26 unofficially. Maybe see that confirmed. And while we are in the final heat of our 800 meter pre-program, we are also starting our main program with our field events. We have the 6-time national champion of Netherlands, Sven Poelman.
Belgisch kampioenschap in de categorieën in- en outdoor. En Vlaams kampioen indoor voor Leuven Atletiek, Quinten Kos.
Quinten Coles for Belgium, multiple Belgian medalists.
Voor Friese sportief Cedric Broek.
Cedric Broekaert, a junior athlete.
Bij de studenten. Voor Friese sportief Leander Casteels.
Bronze medal of the Student Championships, Leander Casteels.
Het afsteken. Nu in het voorgestoten zijn favoriete activiteit. Voor de Leuven van Molkers.
And Sam van Moorkot. That are the 5 shot putters of this main program. Starting off the main program with the field events. Heat of 14 of the pre-program 800 meter with Ruben van Groenewoud, Stefan Simons, Timen Lanus, Kilian Injema, Ben Schmidt, Matthijs van Beveren, Alex Friet, Stijn Kolen, Jasper Zuidhof, Benno Polderman, Jelle Vermeulen, Kobe Lauwerijs, Reinhard van Hesse en Maxence Monin. It's pace Reinhard van Hesse who's leading in this heat number 14 of 17 heats in the pre-program 800 meters. Closely followed by Kilan Inyema. All having a personal best of 1:59 or 2 minutes, and we're paced at a 59 seconds first lap. So it'll be tough to get below that 2-minute barrier unless they can have a negative split here. And it is Kilani Nyema hunting down Stan Kolen. And Timen Lanus trying to get the win of the 14th heat in 1:59.31. And in the meantime, we have our first attempt of the men's shot put done as well. There it was the Dutch athlete Sven Poelman who started off with the best attempt in 1856. His personal best is a 2031, so still has a bit time there, a bit space there to improve on his first throw. Other athletes have come to Quinton Coles through a 1686. His personal best is the 1774, just half a meter short of the European under 23 standards to compete in Espoo. 13:59 voor Leander Casteels and a 13:22 for Sam van Molekot. And now also a 14:22 for junior Cedric Broekaert.
In de sport
15th heat of the 800 meter pre-program with Nant van der Rivieren, Thomas de Kruis, Sam Heuts, Mike van Wouwen, Miles Hewlett, Cédric Cotemoine, Thibault Lemmens, Rida Gurpal, Florian Zambriski, Thomas Delay, Josse de Keizer, Lucas Boulanger, Aubin Gomin, and Kevin Haag. Fast pace by the pacemaker Kevin Haag, stepping out of the track there after 450 meters. And it's Josse de Keizer leading this 15th heat with less than 300 meters to go. All these athletes have a personal best just above 2 minutes, 2:01. So maybe they can break that 2-minute time mark in this 15th heat of the 800 meter pre-program. Josse de Keizer now passed by and a big dive below that 2-minute mark. It's a 1:58:23. So another personal best. And we had a lot of personal bests here so far. Very in the second attempt of the shot put, only Leander Casteels was able to improve on his first performance with a 13 meters 62. It's quite some place away from his 14:15:3 personal best, so still has 90 centimeters to go to improve on his personal best. Third attempt from Cédric Broekaert. It's now being measured and he has a 15:00. His personal best with the 7-kilo shot is 15:32. Already has thrown a 17-meter with a 6-kilo as a junior. Maybe qualifying for European juniors might be a hard task for him, but not impossible. Final 2 heats of the 800 meter pre-program for the men with Gaspard Sabot, Thibaut Verstokt, Sander Tierens, Jorg Klomp, Thomas Gaudouin, Adrien Jacquet, Nick Oostijk, Lucas Bartel, Glenn Smet, Toon Vierbergen, Laurens Blommaert, Julien van Durmen, Tony Di Antonio, Louis Peters and Frederik de Smet.
Mooie voorsprong die nu doorkomt in
Fast lap in a 58 for Godwin, far ahead of the rest of the pack. And still Thomas Godwin.
de van Brugge van Antonio die probeert de kloof te slaan.
And now he is being chased.
En de jonge lange Klonak die nu ook probeert op te schuiven naar de voorkant. De laatste 100 meter.
Thomas Godwin
En hebben we een vierberger die daar
couldn't get his 600 meter pace until the end with a 2:01:03. And also, this will also be a personal best because none of these gentlemen had run below 2:02 before. And while we are waiting for the final heat of the pre-program 800 meter men, we also start the women's high jump main program field events with competing in this competition. Annelore Hervers, Zoe de Pal, Jorun Linieel, Zita Goossens, Laura van den Brande, Olivia Domery, Eva Rochford, Joop Sullivan en Marina Fortunova. Zita Goossens is a two-time Belgian champion, was fifth in the European Championships under 23 last year. Jorun Linieel is a under 23 athlete. She jumped the European standard on the Flemish Championships just 10 days ago and is our Belgian indoor champion. Also very high level athlete is Marina Kovtunova. She's an under 18 athlete, already jumped the Youth Olympic standards as a Ukrainian athlete. Eva Rochford from Ireland, a junior athlete looking for that European standard, is the national indoor champion and got to a fourth place on the European under 18 championships. Needs a 180 to get to the European junior championships. Annelore Hervers, also a junior, needs a 181, is a heptathlete, but also the Walloon champion of 2023 in the high jump. And O'Sullivan, a under 23 athlete, needs a 181 to get to the European under 23 championship. Was second in the Irish indoor championships. We have Laura van den Brande, under 23 athlete, heptathlete, who was a Belgian champion indoor and outdoor under 20 champion in 2021. And then we head to the final and 17th heat of the 800 meters pre-program. In the fourth attempt in the shot put, we saw that Leander Casteels improved his performance to a 14.29, getting closer to his personal best. No improvements of the other athletes so far. The standings are Sven Poelman in first, 18.56. He still has his fifth attempt to go. In second place, Quinten Kools with a 16.86. Third place, I say Cedric Broekaert with a 15.00. Leander Casteels in fourth with a 14.59. Just improved on his fifth throw. A new personal best for him. And in fifth place, 13.32 for Sam van Mollekens. The female high jumpers will be starting their competition in 149 and then go to 154, 159, a 164, 169, 172, and will then keep on jumping higher and higher. Let's hope for a jump well above a 180, 185, or maybe 190. In the fifth attempt at the shot put, our leader Sven Poelman improved on his performance and got to a 18 meters 76, improving his lead over Quinten Kools with a 16.86. The men are heading into their final attempt. Final attempt for Sam van Mollekens was no improvement. He sticks with the 13.32 he threw in the third attempt. Next up, Leander Casteels. He got his personal best in the fifth attempt, but won't be improving on that as he throws a foul. 17th and final heat for the 800 meters men free program. While we are waiting for the main program to begin with 110 meter hurdles finals, soon to be starting after that 800 meter men. Competitors for the 17th heat: Antoine Lepoutre, Adrian Servan-Belocchi, Youssef Baou, Tim Houwers, Pierre Fichet, Lucas Smits, Tijn van Hoosten, Lode Timmermans, Lennart van Dijk, Kevin van Oudheusden, Jaco Lagrange, Tom Duchesne, Tristan Blommaert, Yannick De Lange en Frank Dawijns. Personal bests are all around 203, 205. So these athletes will be looking to get to the 202, 203 times. Also, no improvement in the final throw for Cedric Broekaert, junior athlete in the shot put. He will stick to the 15.00 in third place. In second place, no improvement as well. A foul throw for the sixth attempt of Quinten Kools, who stays in the competition with the 16.86 in second place. And now we have the final attempt of leader Sven Poelman. Can he improve on that 1876? No improvement for Sven Poelman and a foul throw, so he will win this competition with an 1876 while we see the finish of the 17th heat of the 800 meter men. 2:00:04. Big improvement of the personal best of the winner of the 17th heat of the pre-program 800 meter men. Youssef Baou winning that final heat officially in 2:00:06. 4.5 second improvement of his personal best.